Good morning. Welcome to Boss Blunt's Think Tank. Let's jump on in with the live stream here with everybody in the think tank as we speak. AMC calls are getting beat down right now at this very moment. Mic check. No, the Discord's not working for me just yet. It's good to see all you beautiful people. How are you today? As of yesterday, MSCI indices removed. MSCI indices removed Evergrande from their books. This is the kind of price action that usually takes 2 days. It's T+2 trading day price action. Good morning, RB, Niall, Warstaff, Eric, Arya. It's good to see all you guys and girls. Hi, Cindy. Hi, Goku. So as we heard a couple days ago from Dr. Marco Metzler, the prime broker Citibank has now confirmed that Evergrande has missed its bond payments. This means that MSCI and other indices can begin to reprice this Chinese garbage with a 90% collateral haircut. 90%. Well, would you look at that? A nice, beautiful red day all across the markets. Currently hanging out. The SPY is already down 0.5 percentage point. The triple Qs are down 0.75 percentage point at this time. The NASDAQ composite does not seem to be giving me data for some reason. I'm going to have to check on that and see what's going on. But Affirm Holdings, again, another red day. 2 consecutive in a row for them. AMC is currently sitting down about 4.25%, 4.5%. So as you can see, very abnormal movement on the stock price. Not surprising at all for the first thing in the morning. Let's take a look at Gamestop. It's not surprising at all to see these kinds of things. Gamestop hanging down about 2.5 percentage points so far today. What's going on, everybody in the chat? It's good to see you guys. What's up, Lupe? Keep in mind how low these stocks go today so you can have an indication of what it looks like later in the day. ARC Innovation, after attempting to make some gains yesterday, is also down about 3.5%. AMC's down almost 5% at this time. BBIG 2.5%. Bed Bath & Beyond is down 3.19%. What's going on, MJ? Ken, quick shot. Meow. It's good to see you guys. Beyond Meat's down already 5% so far at the beginning of the trading day. That didn't take long at all. Were you in my Discord? Can you guys hear me in the Discord? Mic check.
We got you.
My man, it's good to see everybody. How we all doing today?
Good.
Great.
Oh, good.
It's good to hear, Johnny. Let's get a quick look at Stonko trackers. Cost to borrow looks to remain consistent this morning. This is only for retail, per my understanding. That's at 20.3%, up significantly from yesterday as well. AMC seeing support way down at the 1286 range. Currently hanging out at 1296, 1297, so it's about 10 cents above that. We've got the fib levels here. RSI is looking right around the middle. Has plenty of room to go either way. Same thing with the on-balance volume. It's looking fairly strong here for the day still, even though we're seeing some negative price action. Let you know what? Now, retail is not leaving. And the MACD is looking like it wants to flip into negative territory here, but it's on the 1226. That may or may not happen, considering it's already making a turnaround. It's at 1301, so it's definitely not flipping. It's staying green for now. Excellent to see that, though. Let's take a look and see what we've got. Yep. Paper hands are scared. Diamond hands, don't worry. I'm going to close this poll out and get it out of there because it's taking up a bunch of my screen. Good morning, Rodwan. You're too kind, sir. Thank you for your support. We appreciate you on the think tank. AMC hanging out at $12.95. Ader at $3, down 4.75. Biora Therapeutics down 1.84% at 75 cents. DoorDash is down almost 6% so far today. Well, GameStop's hanging strong. Hanging strong. And has not really lost much value at the moment, even though it does appear to have some pretty heavy shorting happening here in the beginning, but there's almost no volume. Probably because there's no shares no shares left to short. There's no shares to borrow on GameStop. We had one massive red candle. That appears to be the end of that. Excuse me one second. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. There's a reason market makers bring us down before we go up. It makes the movement upward not look quite so aggressive. Does that make sense? Makes the movement look as if it was not such a large movement. At first we gap down 5% in the morning and then move up 10%. That becomes the equivalent of a 5% daily increase. You're going to see this happen consistently. Sometimes it's going to be much larger percentages. But for now, we're going to start at the bottom. Because we've already started at the bottom. Now we're here. We'll get a look at the cost of borrows here shortly as well. Appreciate you guys on the mic check. SPY is still down about 0.3%. It has regained some of its losses. Taking a look at the NDX is down 0.25%. The NASDAQ Composite's down 0.4%. Triple Q's is regaining some of its losses, down negative 0.2, I should say. Russell 2000 down a full percentage point at this moment. Let's see, IWM extremely heavily shorted iShares Russell 2000 ETF, down 1.25%. Let's take a look at Gamestop real quick. It's looking about the same. We'll pull up the cost of borrows because the costs to borrow these stocks is getting astronomical. And Gamestop, from a negative, is now pushing into bullish territory. If that's not sexy, I don't know what is. All the way down from 134.99 to 139.50 in a matter of 3 to 4 minutes. About 4 to 5 candles total. We got a $5 jump on GameStop in a matter of under 5 minutes. Surprise, surprise. AMC appears to be wanting to make the same movement. Check it out. Heavy shorting in the morning. Now it's time to start the day. Good morning, everybody in the think tank. It's great to see you, everybody. My brother from down under. All right. I'm counting those stacks. Let's get this. I'm going to get my client portal open. Well, the NASDAQ Golden Dragon China Index has fallen more than 5%. Crane Shares CSI China Internet ETF is down more than 5%. iShares China Large Cap ETF is down 2.1% as of moments ago. U.S. listed Chinese shares are down. Why? Probably because of an executive order 14032 implemented by President Joe Biden. This executive order makes Chinese collateral worthless. If an American entity wants to sell it, they can only do so to a non-U.S. entity, such as a Chinese company. But guess what? They're not buying the shit on American markets because the Chinese have made it illegal for Chinese Communist Party officials and their families, mothers, sisters, wives, brothers, to own stocks outside of China, with the expectations that this is exactly what we're going to see. But again, here's a list of some of the stocks that have become worthless as of Executive Order 14032, also known as Executive Order 13959 as amended. Here's another list. Same sanctions, different page. Here's another list. These were implemented on February 16th of 2022. These were implemented June 3rd of 2021 and became worthless on June 3rd of 2022 this year. Excuse me one second. This is the euro fragmentation as Lagarde promises to make changes. The European Central Bank President Lagarde started with hawkish comments, blames Putin for weaker growth forecast, higher inflation, promising to end bond buying and starting rate hikes in July. What does that do? It reaches absolutely lower proportions on the euro spot price within minutes. It doesn't take long. Check out European bonds. These pink bonds are Italian bonds. They're completely in the shitter. Oh, you can't even see it on the screen. They're so damn low. There you go. Italian 10-year yields are dropping, and Portuguese government bonds, 10-year notes, are skyrocketing. You can also see Spanish bonds kind of doing the same thing there as well. AMC's hanging out at the same channel. For those of you guys that are wondering, AMC's doing the same thing. Not much has changed. On the entire broader market, the S&P has regained some of its losses and is now pretty flat on the day. I wouldn't be surprised to see our favorite meme stocks pushing this upwards. But as a matter of fact, I noticed that a stock by the name of Blue was halted today. Bluebird Bio on the NASDAQ. It is currently halted at 3.73. As a matter of fact, I tried to buy some positions in this earlier. I'm wondering if my order was processed. It appears to still be open. Excuse me one second. And there's no data right now for some reason. Why am I not having any data? Does not seem normal. The NASDAQ has extended its losses. The S&P has gained to be completely flat on the day at 411. The NASDAQ has extended its losses and is almost down an entire percentage point already. MMAT is up half a percentage point. No, I'm sorry, that's Meta Platforms. My apologies. MMAT is down 4%. Marin Software 1.5%. Mullen Automotive down 2.5%. And now the NDXT, the NASDAQ 100 tech index, is down 1.25%. They're going to get obliterated today. I'm going to check out the market scanner and see what the top gainers and the top losers. All right. Top losers so far, we're looking at SVMB down 60%, some penny stocks. We have Forge Global Holdings down 21%. Let's take a look at the top gainers for the day. You guys hear me all right in the Discord too? All right, fabulous. Guyana Gold, pink sheet garbage, up 176% today. AUVI, Applied UV Ink, is up 76% today. More pink sheet crap. Lots of it. Lots of it. That's really the only gains we're seeing right now. We've got pink sheet, you know, a $3 stock, AUVI, more pink sheet crap, lots of it. Blue Jay Diagnostics, $1.69 stocks, up 31%. As of right now, there's nothing but OTC bullshit that's up in price. Let's go, even 12% gains. It's only hemp Inc., and that's a penny stock. DBV Technologies is up 12%. These are the top gainers of the day, and there's nobody there. IMPP, Imperial Petroleum. They're up 10%. Again, you know, it's a 82-cent stock. No stock that's got actual value to it, like a good amount of actual value to it, is actually in the green right now. And we're only filtering by 500,000 volume. I'm not looking for a lot of volume here. Digital Utilities Ventures seems to be pretty green. Chewy, good old Chewy, our boy Ryan Cohen's stock from back in the day, is up 6%. And that's it. There's really nothing else there of note. It's pretty pathetic, actually. It's the worst I've seen it in a long time. I am confident that AMC and GameStop will probably turn around and be quite green for the day. I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. Simply my guess. But yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing right now with GameStop. GameStop's now only down at 0.85%, which is quite strong. ECB forecasts assume oil price will be $105 a barrel. That's unlikely as well. I suspect it'll be well over $120 a barrel for quite a while. And I get to be lucky enough to say that Chicago gas prices are just 3 cents away from being the first city outside of California to hit a $6 a gallon average. Are you surprised? Gary Gensler just posted that they will be starting their investor advisory committee meeting shortly on protecting older investors and funding investor clinics. I'm not surprised in the slightest, my friends. You know, I was just wondering if my man Wolfie was in the chat yet. You know, he's always here with us. He may not be at the moment just yet, but it is midday for him, so we'll give him a chance to hop on a little bit later. This is the price of diesel in San Francisco. It has now exceeded $7 a gallon. And but wait, that's not all. It's going to continue on in a strong fashion. That's insane. This is our administration, ladies and gentlemen. These are the people that we put in power. Well, not we, but many. National truck stop diesel prices are up 20 cents since this month so far. The Euro stock market extended its losses. The Stoxx Europe 50 is down 1.8%. The DAX was down 1.6%. The CAC 40, 1.5%. And the FTSE 100 is down a full percentage point. Here's another regarding the Italian 10-year risk spread over Germany. Has risen to the highest since May of 2020 as Lagarde speaks about fragmentation risks, but without naming a specific anti-fragmentation instrument because they don't have one. The ECB and the Fed, the central bank here in the States, the Federal Reserve, have no answers. There's no answers. Fahad says, I bought more AMC. Oh, shit. Can't say I blame you, my friend. Anubis, Patrick, it's good to see you guys. Eagle Eye, Max Dog, Ape Cartel, and Tony. All right, boys and girls, welcome. Let's see, Veronica Chase is paying $5.70 a gallon in Virginia and $6 a gallon in Washington, D.C. Mendocino, California has got gas prices of over $9 a gallon right now, according to my friends in the chat here. Jobless claims have hit the highest since last July. This confirms that the job market is falling apart. Initial claims jumped from 203K to 229,000. Tupacalypse says, look up SEAC. They're merging with Triller. Oh, man, Triller. What an interesting company, huh? Good morning. If you're just joining us, we're taking a look at the broader markets. AMC, Gamestop, meme stocks, precious metals, crypto, getting a good indication as to what kind of movements the executive orders that have recently been implemented by President Biden, as well as the over-leveraging by hedge funds, are leading us down a current path that is at this point completely unavoidable thanks to the greed of guys like Ken Griffin and the inability to stop printing ridiculous amounts of money by Jerome Powell and the central banks around the world. The moment that they do begin tapering, which they claim to have already begun doing, but it hasn't actually begun, I suspect that markets are going to begin to actually price that in, because so far Jerome Powell's done absolutely nothing but talk. All he's done is open his mouth. Nothing has happened, and the stock market is in shambles because of it. in absolute shambles. Let's take a quick peek and see what's going on. We are looking at the Dow Jones is down 1/4 of a percentage point right now. The triple Qs is the same. The SPY is exactly the same, down 1/4 of a percentage point. The Russell 2000 is regained some of its losses, but is still down almost a full percentage point. The market looks terrible. And tomorrow, we get to see inflation information, inflation data from the United States, Ireland, the UK, and many other countries around the world. All right, let's take a look at our chart from yesterday on AMC. We'll look at it on the 5-minute candles. This was a downward trend that we drew yesterday starting at 11 a.m. We proceeded down that for quite a while. At 1 p.m. Central Time, we kind of hit a sideways consolidation pattern. And then today, first thing in the morning, the stock was heavily shorted. It reached a low of $12.83 and has since begun its rebound. Taking a look at it the way it sits, it's on a pattern that points to more further sideways consolidation for now. It may drop right back down into this channel to get it underneath $13. I would assume that's their target for now, is to try to get it under $12.98. Ideally, after several hours of that, if not sooner, if not, minutes, we may see a retest of a breakout. A retest or a breakout. GameStop's looking about the same on the 5-minute candles. Let's zoom in on the 1 minutes. We've got a very similar pattern happening here. As a matter of fact, they broke out of the consolidation here earlier. It was shorted down into the channel, broke out, and seems that their attempt is to get it to trade within this channel again from 137 to 135. It will coil up like a snake, consolidate, and break out. Ocugen, one of our stars of last year that was up 5,300% after the AMC and GameStop squeeze, is currently looking fairly similar to them. Got shorted down heavily in the morning, had a bit of a jump upwards, a little hiccup we can call it, and consolidating sideways trading pattern right now. We should look for some similar things on the rest of the broader market. SPY, pretty heavy sell-off in the morning. Moving upwards, we are tracking with the SPY a little bit for now. Not sure how long that may last. That may or may not last a long time. Yeah, looking at jobless claims, things are bad. New job postings on the for the S&P 500 are down sharply from the peak of 2021. And I mean heavily. We were looking at around almost 1.5 million new job postings at that time. And that's been slashed. It's basically under 800,000 at this point. This is the industrials, the decline of job postings. Industrial job postings are down. Consumer discretionary job postings down almost 50%. Industrials down almost 70%. Commercial services down almost 50%, 45%. S&P 500 decline in job postings is also down about 40%. Look at energy. Jobs in the energy sector are down 30%. Same thing with staples, financials, and utilities. You're looking at 20 to 30% losses. This is absolutely insane. Healthcare is the only place in which job postings has actually increased. That's pathetic. I would probably say that it's increased because a lot of people in healthcare are leaving their jobs. How many people do you know in the healthcare industry that have left their jobs? I've known a lot, unfortunately. That's pathetic. Moving on. SPY is trying to make a recovery, desperately pushing back towards the 410 range. It's hanging out at 410.11. Oh, that's rough. Redbox is not seeing the positive shorting pressure that we saw yesterday. I'm not seeing any heavily shorted stocks moving right now. Everything seems to be moving the same for the moment. There are no massive gainers that are not OTC or pink sheet bullshit. There are no meme stocks or heavily shorted stocks moving at this moment in time. I suspect we're seeing a massive consolidation at this very moment. You can look at anything on the market right now, and it is practically all red, with some minor exceptions. And it's not. You got Apple's down a percentage point already almost. Affirm Holdings is down 3.5. AMC, even though it started the day very negative, it after almost down 5%. I'm starting to see some positive buying pressure here as well. It's only down 1.5% now. Amazon still down 0.5 percentage point. Arc Innovation down a full percentage point. Ethereum, Ader, is down 5% almost. Let's just say 4.5. Bank of America down almost 2 percentage point. BlackBerry's the same. Bed Bath & Beyond's down almost 3%. BBIG's down a full percent. Biora Therapeutics is down 3.25%. Beyond Meat is down almost 4%. All right. CH Robinson is flat. It's up 0.1. That's nothing. Etsy is up 0.59. 0.5 percentage point. Google is up 0.1%. DoorDash down 4.5%. Express down 3%. Goldman Sachs down 1.6%, which is perfect. Fuck Goldman Sachs. Highcroft Mining down 3%. HSBC down 1.25%. IWM, the iShares Russell 2000 ETF. Again, take a look at the patterns we drew from yesterday. And what happened? It fell beneath, came up, into the channel, and is now trading within the channels we drew yesterday. That's not surprising at all. Mullen is down 2.5% on the day. Marin Software, a heavily shorted meme stock with a small float, is up almost 1% today. That's one of the only stocks that's up. And you got Nutrien is up just over 1%, is looking fairly similar to Marin Software right now. You know, Nutrien is NTR stock ticker. Nvidia Corporation's up 0.71%. Let's take a look at Sprott Physical Silver Trust. Is down another 1.6% today to $7.44. That is looking awfully tasty. If you own at least, I believe, $100,000 worth of PSLV, and the government doesn't seize your precious metals, you can order physical delivery from PSLV of your silver, for example. Peloton Interactive down almost 4%. Redbox, it was down a lot harder earlier, but is now only down 1%. We got to follow this and see if this is starting to become the beginnings of a meme stock breakout, as far as I'm concerned. Shopify is up not even a percentage point. Spotify is the same. You got heavily shorted stock. Sundial is down almost 2% so far today. SLV, the iShares Silver Trust, is also mimicking PSLV, almost down the exact same amount, 1.77%, going for $19.99. Holy shit. SLV also offers physical delivery, but I believe you've got to have at least $500,000 worth of SLV in order to order physical delivery. In addition, it is subject to paper, basically, you know, paper metal fuckery. Snapchat down 0.86 right now. The treasury yields are pretty much flat still. Target Corp is trying to regain some of its losses, but not really working out so great. Tilray's down 3%. Tilray ran over 1,000 percentage points in February of last year, immediately after the AMC and Gamestop run. Well, immediately, a couple days, between February 8th and 16th, if I recall. Tesla's up is really the star of the show right now. Tesla's up 4.7% to 760. And it had quite an interesting morning gap up. It started off, it ended off yesterday at 726, opened the day at 749, and is currently sitting at 760. That's quite bullish, I've got to say, for Tesla. It's looking really good for that stock at this moment. And our volatility index? Well, let's put it this way. The SPY is only down 0.25 percentage point, and our volatility index is up 1.25 percentage points. Wells Fargo also is down 1.5. AMC does not want to be in the channel we drew for it yesterday. It is not happy. I'm seeing a different pattern here on it now, actually, anyway. AMC's pulling one of these. Kind of seems to be turning a flag. I'm going to grab it at the candle instead of at the wick. I think that'll give me a better lines. And we're going to grab these candles right here, right at the bottom. And we're going to grab these candles right here as well. We're going to take it from there. Look at the way that's just consolidating here. You can see that up, down, up, down, up, down, just winding up and coiling. And if this graph is correct, if my lines are actually at a good support and resistance level here in this, sideways pennant, we're going to have a breakout either to the upside or the downside. Gamestop, for example. Let's take a look at it. Similar movements, but it's actually trading within... we don't need this. Let's remove these two trend lines we drew yesterday. Those are not necessary. Those are right towards the end of the day as we were trying to see what's happening. But the size of the candles that we're seeing so far today is exceedingly larger than the volume we saw yesterday on Gamestop. Hedge Trimmer says he's been loading the Tilray boat up to 4x shares. All right, buddy. Good luck to you, my friend. Look at this Bed Bath & Beyond extending some losses to 3.8%. Atarian Inc. Ader extending losses 4.5%. AMC is still down 1.85 right now, but again, looks like that candle wick respected the authority of the support level there. I'm very interested to see what happens as this channel gets tighter and tighter. There's like a 4 cent spread now or so on this pattern. And the volume is, I mean, it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. We're seeing 36,000, 23,000, 24,000, 10,000 on the minute candle, 25,000 volume, and then we've got 10,500 building so far. Big Shack, what do I think of emerging markets? I think they're terrible. New message. AMC called down more than 4%. Oh no, I'm so scared. Look at me go buy some more. I'm terrified. Oh, wow. That's all right. Emerging these nuts. Big Shack. That's fucking funny. Here we go. Let's see what's going down. Or up. AMC detailed quote. We're looking at looks like our price, our data is moving upwards here. Got large orders at $13.30. 5,000 lot orders, 1,000 lot. And still be a drag downwards. Northern Light said, I read that people couldn't get delivery on some of those. I wouldn't be surprised, my friend, with the way that things are going right now with precious metals. A lot of these, well, PSLV and SLV are supposed to have a certain amount of precious metals in a vault. For example, the Sprott Physical Silver Trust is supposed to have the silver in order to, you know, hold up that trust in the Royal Bank of Canada Mint. And SLV, I believe, here holds their precious metals in the States, United States. Matthew says, what about Dr. Metzler on the NFT backed by gold? Matthew, actually, that's going to be crypto. It's going to be like a stable coin. I'm not sure if stable coin is the correct term, but it's going to be a crypto coin backed by gold that allows physical delivery. And everything will be on the blockchain. You'll be able to order pickup of your physical silver and gold, your physical precious metals from various places throughout the world. Hey, what's up, Rant Steve? Good to see you. Julio Torres says, y'all, look at the euro to US dollar. I'm sure it's trash. The US dollar only looks strong because every other fiat is even more trash than the US dollar right now. So I'm sure after yesterday's drop We're going to see a lot more of that, my friend. Yesterday's issues with the ECB. Look at the Eurozone. Government intermarket spreads. In Greece, increased significantly. A-Rod money. How many of those gold-backed crypto that you're talking about actually allowed for physical delivery and kept that gold in a vault? None. Tether can lie to you all they want, but you can't call up Tether and say you want to pick up your holy fuck Delta Hedge. Delta Hedge, 1328 to 1346. Fuck yeah! Let's fucking ride! That's what I'm talking about. Let's fucking go, AMC. Jimmy's probably doing the exact same shit. Jimmy's doing the same fucking thing. Up from 138 to 139 in a fucking heartbeat. This is why I watch this motherfucker. Here comes a big red candle. Expect it, bring it right back down, you pathetic, sorry sacks of short hedge fund shit. And when did it happen? Oh, hey guys, you see that channel we drew earlier? Look at this triangle. Look at this triangle we drew. We followed the resistance, the supports. We followed the resistance. What did we do? We coiled and coiled and coiled like a snake. What happened when we reached the end? The algorithm had to do something different. I don't care what it was. I don't give a fuck if it was up or down, but something had to change. And here we are. Grandpa Barney says, Grandma works at a hospital, and that's exactly the reason. Buy the kiddos some popsicles. Thanks, boss man. Thanks, Grandpa Barney. You're too kind, my friend. You're right, my friend. There's too many people in healthcare that are being treated unfairly. You know, our healthcare workers, our teachers, our police officers, our firefighters, the majority of them are good people. And they're here to help us and to make sure that we get proper healthcare, for example. And if we're not treating the people that work in the medical field with respect, it's not going to do any favors for us in the long term. Unfortunately, the vaccine mandates that happened in the past really alienated a lot of people. This is an attempt by the algorithm to get it to trade back within that range. It was currently a sideways trend with a downwards movement. And if it gets back into the opposite side of this triangle, you know, the inverse, it will start expanding in size. And let's just bring it on. Here we go. Bring on the big red candles. You're going to see a lot of short action right now. AMC's now down 2%. GameStop's going to do the same thing. GameStop went green. It is now down over 0.5 percentage point. Get used to it, boys and girls. There's going to be a lot of this shit happening. A lot. Do not be surprised by massive price changes in both directions. Get used to it. Microsoft is now at a high of $272.67. Thanks, AJ, for pointing that out to my attention, my friend. $272.67 of high on the day. Is there any news on Microsoft? Nah, probably not. Here you go. Look at that. That just brings a smile to my face. Do you need more proof of the desperation, really? Do you? Look, it's now extremely oversold. The stochastic RSI is at complete zero. A vortex indicator is still bearish for now. Let's see if the volume turns it positive. FJR Pilot, nice call on the doom candles. I mean, it is what it is, my friend, you know? You have any idea how much this cost them right here? You know, Tyrese, you bring up a good point. It cost them so much to go from 1350 to 1310 in 3 minutes. This was tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars just to bring the price down fucking 30 cents. And I know I don't have tens of millions of dollars to bring AMC stock down right now. I didn't place massive sell orders. Did you? I didn't think so. The entire stock market, with few exceptions, is bloody red right now. Tesla is up 5.25%. Microsoft is about the same right now. It's looking quite strong. But it's still only up a half a percentage point for now. SPX, SPY, pretty flat. You know, it's only down 0.15, 0.19 right now. Russell 2000 still down half a percentage point. Brack asks, how does it cost tens of millions of dollars to short? They don't pay borrow fees immediately. Ugh, jeez. Well, my friend, shorting costs money. Borrowing shares costs money. Failures to deliver cost money. And when you add them all up, they have to pay. Whether it's today, at the end of the day, or tomorrow, they still have to pay their prime broker. They still have to pay their fees. They have to pay their failure to cover their failure to delivers, or they have to pay to get their failure to delivers. Sorry, should I say the short interest on the stock moved onto the options chain by way of married puts to create failures to deliver by the market maker. It's a very complex thing, my friend. I could spend another hour and a half talking about that, but that's not why we're here. AMC hanging strong, down with the majority of the market right now. Again, none of the heavily shorted meme stocks that we saw the last few days are moving yet. Not really. Redbox, which was up 20% for consecutive days, 30% for consecutive days, is not moving right now. AeroClean, which was up 180% the day before yesterday, is not moving right now. Zoom out and you can see the kind of movement that they had. They were at $2.20 the day before yesterday and went up to $4.80. And then from $3.94 on the 7th, they went up to $14.50. And it is currently tracking sideways quite strongly here. Also consolidating extremely hard. Take a look at that. You can see the support. We could even use this candle back here and kind of draw resistance right there for AERC and see that it's consolidating quite strongly as well. Métis up 5.5%. Grandpa Barney said, Froggy there beating me up with my own 401k. I moved it all out of a stable value fund months ago. Yeah, you're right. Good for you, buddy. I'm glad you did, but I don't know how that stable value fund would be doing at the moment anyway. ATEC trending up and down pretty strongly. IWM still down 0.57%. AMC's down 2.88%. Sarif. That's a good question. Time for a wake and bake, I suppose. As a matter of fact, I need some coffee. I definitely need some coffee. Have not had much yet. AMC, we can... Let's take a look at the 5 minute. Let's go zoom into the 1 minute candles and see what we're looking at. Quite a change of pace, actually. That's another hiccup. We've got to probably take that into consideration. So I've got to remove these. Yeah, hanging out at 13.16 right now. This is from this morning, the heavily shorted in the morning, and still consolidating, still tracking sideways fairly strongly. I think it'd probably be better to grab it from here even. Nah, it doesn't look right. It doesn't make sense. There we go. Another consolidation trend. Yep. A little sneeze on AMC, Gamestop. IWM, let's take a look. Let's see the Russells and see if anything happened. SPY is down 0.1% right now. Tesla's still up 5%. The VIX is still up 1%. Everything else is bloody red. Everything except for NVIDIA's up 1%. Qualcomm's up 1%. And Nutrien's up 1%. Nothing is moving with any substance whatsoever. Still barcoding sideways quite strongly. Still going to trade in this consolidation sideways pattern. I have a feeling we're going to do that for a couple more minutes. I'm going to run and get some coffee. I'm going to let this accumulate for a little bit. You guys feel free to hang out, talk amongst yourselves, do whatever the hell you want. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I need to refresh my coffee.
Why is it so quiet in here?
Yeah, the entire market's getting ripped to pieces right now. Again, we've said this multiple times, guys. Don't be surprised to see AMC and GameStop go down if the market's getting ripped downwards. That's quite normal. We've seen that for a year and a half. Don't act like it's your first time at the show. Well, look at the SPY respecting our 409 resistance levels as well. And supports and resistance. It's hanging out right in between 409 and 475 and 410 right now. And we actually drew this a few days ago. Yesterday, yeah, it's still respecting the levels. Nvidia looking pretty strong still on some good news. Major averages are rising off their lows with the S&P trading just behind the NASDAQ. 9 sectors are trading in negative territory. All 9 show losses slimmer than 1%. Interesting. Discretionary has rallied behind Tesla after the stock received an upgrade from UBS, while Home Depot is up 2.5%, also holds a solid early gain. Climbs back above its 50-day moving average. Okay, great. Let's see how that goes for them. Yeah, a market sell-off is exactly what's needed to prevent these stocks from moving upwards at this time, in my opinion. Shanghai has ordered half of its residents to undergo COVID testing as fears of a resurgence rise. Wow. And it's seemingly more and more like Iran and America are not going to be able to revive their nuclear deal. Meanwhile, the United States is proposing helping Israel and Arab states increase their air defenses against Iran. Major U.S. indexes edge red. European Central Bank to join the rate hike club. Shares are down. Trading ranges that formed over the past week or so still persist. The NASDAQ's down only around 0.5%. The NDX is currently up 0.18 right now as well. Banks, small caps, and energy are all underperforming. NYMEX crude futures are dipping slightly. And this is how it makes like 7 trading days in a row in which the Dow Jones, the S&P, and the NASDAQ are all just trading sideways. You know what? The Bollinger Bands on the NASDAQ's composite has collapsed to its lowest level since March, pretty much, which is historical volatility. The March reading was the lowest since January 4th, which was the S&P 500's intraday record high and the Dow's record close. Additionally, subsequent to that March 24th bandwidth, the IXIC popped around 3% over the next trading days before collapsing 25%. Look at the SPY go. There it goes. Under 409, 36, 409, 39. Watch everything melt away, including AMC and GameStop. They've got to move downwards. They're going to follow it along. AMC, GME, and the SPY is just having an aneurysm for some reason. Bollinger Band with readings on the Dow and the S&P hit multi-month lows on Tuesday. And tomorrow, we see inflation numbers, CPI. What's going on, AMC Ushers? Good to see you guys. Cody Lively thinks we're going to see the SPY go back to 416 towards the end of the week. That's cool, man. Let's see what happens. I'd be more than happy to see that. Tank Dog says, do you think they're pricing in CPI data, which is causing the drop? Absolutely, it is helping a lot. The CPI data is most definitely getting priced in to some extent today.
Hey, what's up, boss?
What's up, Edward? How are you doing, brother?
Hey, good, man. Just enjoying the stream. I think SPY's gonna tank right now.
That's cool.
And here it comes.
What have you been watching here?
Well, it crossed down, the 1348 EMA crossed down, so
oh, good.
It's going below 409 for sure.
It sure appears to be.
Yeah, there it is. It's that easy.
There it is. Oh, man. That's rough.
But that's why we hedge with VIX.
Now let's just watch the SPY go down another 24%. I'll be cool with that.
Oh yeah, I think it's gonna be down probably more than 1% today. They're probably preparing it for tomorrow. Maybe a pumping tomorrow, I don't even know. Or maybe just like it's gonna be really bad. FIDE looks terrible on the daily as well. Weekly's worse. Yeah, monthly is awful.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Let me share something with you.
By all means, brother. Go ahead. Charles says the hedge funds are pipping out their wives to get the price down. I agree with you there, brother. Thanks for your support, man. You're too kind.
Yeah, I shared my DD on SPY yesterday. I'll link you
nasty.
in Discord.
Share it on your screen. I'll pull up your screen here on my on mine.
Here, no, I'll put an ape chat.
Italian bond yields are up 20 basis points today alone. Wow. Germany bonds extend slump. 5-year yield up 15 basis point. Let's see what the Kobasai letter says. The current situation, the S&P are down, gold is down, bonds are down, crude oil is down, crypto is down, housing prices are down, the dollar index is down. When this market drops, everything drops in a mass run to cash. If this is an inflationary environment, what happens when deflation hits? Let's take a look at BRQS. Bork's Technology is up 12%. A penny stock, though, going for 19 cents. Well, that's all we've seen is penny stocks today. Nothing's green except the pennies. Wow, I don't remember the last time we saw this much red. Last time we saw this much red was like January during the market meltdown, guys. This is disgusting. This is absolutely ridiculous. Did you share that? Did you share that, brother?
Yeah, I put it in. Yeah, I put it in chat. I think the PPT is trying to do something here. Because it's having a really hard bounce for no apparent reason. It's actually insane. But they might fail like yesterday.
Oh, yeah, brother. I think I shared this on the screen yesterday. As a matter of fact,
Oh, I wasn't.
I did.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Oh, it's cool. This is fantastic, though, because here you got the first one. The one on the left is today, and the one on the right is 2008, right?
Yep.
All right, let's see. This one is what the chart looks like right now. This is 2022. From 2020 through 2022. And this is the, 2000s to after the 2008 market crash chart. This entire top section actually is exactly identical. It's the entire whole top half. But yeah, I like the way that you zeroed in on that portion here, on the continued attempts to make upward movements, man. That's disgusting.
Yeah, also all the EMAs are like curling down exactly the same behavior.
Oh, yeah, right?
It's
08
just,
today.
yeah. It's weekly. That's the crazy part. That's the weekly
On
chart.
the weekly chart? Yeah, that's figures.
Yep. So any time, any week, this thing should just tank. I mean, what is 400 and 425 is the 100 EMA. Just any week, they're propping it up. Like once we hit below 400, they propped it back up so that it wouldn't tank any further. I think it becomes a danger zone. If it goes below 380, it's done.
It's in bad shape. That's why they've been holding on to it. Remember, every time that it dips to the 380 range, the plunge team just jumps right in.
Oh yeah.
And spends billions and billions to pump it back up.
Yeah. I think the next time it does trace down, it's gonna be look what happened after it hit 380 every single day. Almost every single day, actually.
Mm-hmm.
The only time it didn't happen was on May 26th.
Yep.
But every day there's a giant spike happening either at market close or right before market close. Every single day. And before that, it didn't have that.
I've been noticing that.
Really?
I've been noticing it.
I've never seen them that large.
No. Now.
Like
not in the past.
Yeah.
That's new. That's like the same shit we were seeing at this time last year.
Right. I just haven't seen him that, like, the wicks being that spread.
I agree. It's been actually quite insane. Hanging out at 409 on the SPY. Tesla's
it's
losing all
pretty-
its gains too, man. It's slowly losing
SPY
its
is at a
gains.
critical level right now. It's at a very, very critical level right now. They've been also like really shorting the VIX today as well.
Yeah. I
The
think that's the
whole
only way to keep
day.
this little fucking charade going, man.
Yeah, like once it hit 25, jeez, it just got shorted. Like once it hit like 24.91 to prevent it from hitting 25. Insanity. Even the UVXY is trying to move up. It's been shorted so hard.
Yep.
Jeez, dude.
The manipulation is palpable, isn't it?
Yeah. somehow, somehow, out of all the things, my bros is up.
BROS.
Google. How is Google up? Yeah, Google, Microsoft,
Cheap
Nvidia,
collateral,
like
bro.
tech,
They need where are they else
EVs,
going
and
to put that
tech.
money? Like where are they going to get the
Huh.
collateral from? They've got to get it from the best of the best, right?
Yeah, even well, Bitcoin is down, but wait, how Doge is only up, but every other ones are down. That's so funny. Yeah, man, this is a Ponzi scheme. This is not a market. I wonder if it's gonna have a turnaround, like midday. This is probably like one of those hard sell-offs, and then later it becomes like a rebound towards the end of the day. It's so weird. Like a lot of things are just sideways. Like they're not moving. They're just like bouncing back and forth. Same thing with SPY. I mean, that's what SPY is doing. Just bouncing back and forth. Wait, aren't those VIX? Aren't those like they have to do with the DTCC thing? They're like the extra time before market close. I mean, after market close, like 5-10 minutes of trading or something. I forgot what it was. Bigum's pointed to that.
I mean, looking at this shit's just absolutely disgusting. But the VIX continues to rise steadily too. NDXT's slightly melting away, man. This is a fucking joke.
Oh, today is a good time to go and just watch Jurassic World, or not Jurassic World, the new Jurassic film.
It's Jurassic World Dominion.
Oh, it is still Jurassic World. I thought they just named it Jurassic Dominion. Let me see. Oh, it is Jurassic World Dominion. Okay, so it's like a series. Cool. Yeah, I actually really want to see it because they kind of go back in terms of time. It looks pretty good. Oh damn, Spy is tanking right now. Will it break 408? I mean, I think so.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, Eddie, I'm watching this VIX just slightly creep up, dude. I've been peeping it for a
Crazy,
little bit
isn't
now.
it?
Look, the SPY is just melting down, melting down. It was completely flat a minute ago.
Yeah, they just propped it up, and then they
In a
couldn't do
matter
it.
of 6 minutes.
408.40. It's gonna tank when it touches
Damn,
it
it's
again.
falling fast.
Dude, it needs to crash already. They're just propping it up. They're using the TSP. They're propping it up, just make it everything stay alive because they're running out of funds. It's crazy. Ooh, this could be it. Any minute now.
This is really bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Come on. I'm seeing volatility right now.
Majorly, dude. It's like, when is the plunge
Oh,
team
here he
gonna
goes.
step?
Oh,
Oh
God.
shit.
Yeah,
When's the
there it
plunge team
is.
gonna step in here? Look at the VIX, man.
Yeah, yeah, it's volatile right now. Here comes the
None of the
sell-off.
meme stocks are moving right now. They're all in the red with the market. AMC, Redbox, GameStop, Express, Cost, MMAT, Sundial, you name it. They're all fucking red. Even Tesla's losing what little gains it had. And this is
Dude,
perfectly
this
fucking
is
normal
awful.
per my current expectations based on what's currently happening. This is perfectly fucking fine for me.
SPY is the pump and dump. SPY
Yeah.
is the meme stock.
Direction Daily Real Estate Bearish ETF is the only thing up. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, right? People don't seem to realize that the whole fucking SPY is the meme stock now. The entire stock market is the meme stock. Wow.
Oh man, is it gonna break 408?
Jeez, that's rough. I want to see the SPY now. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's trying. 408.11 it got down to.
Dude, I got SPY
Jesus.
puts. I'm chilling.
I'm straight, man. Jeez. 408.25 on this shit.
Yeah, that wasn't even the big move.
No. No, not really.
Yeah,
That
I
was
mean
nothing.
they're just like
I think they're
slowly.
You think they're trying to
Yeah.
price in the CPI for tomorrow, man? Because we both know it's going to be a fucking bloodbath.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on. Come on, plunge team. Sell those naked
You
shorts.
got a funny little candle right there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not natural at all, huh?
Like breaks. It's like the opposite. It's like when you have AMC running, those are the candles that appear to sell it. The opposite is for SPY. Anytime there's selling pressure, there's just a buying candle that stops all of it. Crazy.
That's a good thing I saved some of my fucking money so I could pick up cheaper calls. Really glad about that now.
AMC is actually holding up really freaking well.
You mean considering that the stock market's getting obliterated? Yeah, I would say it's holding up just fine, being only down 4%. It's fucking holding up
Yep.
very well.
And 4% is like nothing. That's only like 30 cents.
For
Like, that's
AMC,
nothing.
a 4% movement would be the equivalent of a 0.1% movement in Apple. You know, it's almost like nothing happened to the stock.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's costing them money to suppress this crap, so it is what it is. But
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, at the end they're gonna run out.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, ladies and gentlemen. Look at her go. That's old Yeller. Old Yeller doing her best right now. What's up, AJ?
Yeah.
I see you, buddy. I see you, Seashells, Dreadful, Static, El Pistolero, Philip, Joseph, CJ. See you guys. Yeah, the DRV is a bearish ETF. DRV basically goes up when the real estate market goes down. So you're going to see DRV probably continue to trend upwards for quite a long while. MMAT is getting smashed, down 6%. DoorDash down 6%.
I mean, it's already
Beyond
it's already
down
in
$6.
$1.
BBBY as well, dude. This is fucking phenomenal. I know most holders of AMC and GameStop probably don't have any idea what the fuck's happening and are freaking out. I could not be more happy at this moment. I'm happier today than I was when AMC was at $34 a couple months ago, because that was bullshit. That was nothing. Now we've got cost to borrow rising. Now we've got 185 million shares on loan, an all-time high. Now we're starting to see short interest creep up, failures to deliver, and all that good shit. I don't care if the price goes up or down on any given moment. Plain and simple, right? Zephwin says, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Well, Zephwin, let's put it this way. If you were shorting a stock and the stock market was going down, you would let that stock move with the market to save you money so you don't have to short it down. Then you can begin to delta hedge as the market moves downwards. This is why we believe that the market could potentially crash or lose a shitload of value either before, during, or after AMC's and GameStop's massive next short squeeze. Not financial advice.
That's probably exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, dude.
Because there's no way that anything gets like solved.
Oh, we're not happy. She's not happy with the price of AMC, apparently. Said, I don't like it. My little baby bear. Don't be sad. Hanging out still strong at around $13. That's phenomenal. I like that.
Hey, dude, SOS just got some crazy moves. But it's,
SOS?
penny stock. Yeah, SOS.
What the fuck stock is this?
Oh, it's one of the meme stocks.
Oh, SOS Limited? I personally never heard of it.
Oh, it ran with along with all the other meme stocks.
Oh, I believe you. There's so fucking many. And people don't even
Yeah,
realize that there's like
it just squeezed
over a
later.
hundred.
It's like the MMAT. It squeezed later, like 2-3 weeks later after January. It's one of those meme basket stocks that has a delayed squeeze, like I told you about.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, I'm
out
well
of
aware. I'm
nowhere.
gonna
It
add it to my
just
watch list for
runs.
sure. She likes it too. Man, Express down 5%. Highcroft Mining down 3%. MMAT down 6.5%. Wait a minute. What the fuck was that candle I just saw? Oh, okay. It's just a nice Highcroft upwards candle. Nothing crazy. So I have the baby say, "We're gonna be so effing rich." The baby cannot say that. Not this one. Can you say "mama"? Oh, maybe she'd say "f you." I don't know.
Crypto is now positive.
Sigurd says AMC's cost to borrow has fallen to 14.8%. That's nice. Sigurd, I appreciate the information. I actually did already know that. A lot of people don't realize that the cost to borrow is not always going to go straight up. That's not how it works. It goes up and down, just like a chart. And if they're not borrowing because the stock market's going down, the cost to borrow goes down. I'll say that one more time. If hedge funds and banks are not borrowing because the stock market's pulling the stocks down already with it, there's no need to borrow more shares to further increase your cost to borrow. If the SPY's going down and I know it's going to drag down the meme stocks that I'm trying to suppress, I don't need to spend more money to suppress those meme stocks. They'll be dragged down with the indices and the ETFs in which they're held. It's market mechanics. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to explain it as best I can. Excuse you. Excuse you. You okay there? Are you okay there? Are we not happy? Oh, all right. We're not happy. I'm going to take her to her mom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. Spy's just sideways the whole day. Oh,
You know, James Russell asking, what's the opinion on HCMC 2011? You know, if we're talking about, are you talking about HYMC or HCMC? Let me take a look, my friend. Healthier Choices Management Group. I have no idea what that is. If you're talking about this, I have no idea what happened there. But that shit's garbage. If you're talking about HYMC, well, that's a completely different story. AMC's hanging on tight to that $13 range, man. It does not want to leave. Does not want to leave. That's going to invalidate our previous resistance and support level right here entirely. Yeah, that's gone. And that should be gone as well.
There's another fake spy pump.
What's going on here at GME at 132.25 at a low of the day? Both Sprott Physical Silver Trust, PSLV, and Gamestop, and Splash Beverage, and Tilray, and Twitter are all at lows of the day. Let's take a look at Tilray. 373 at a daily low. UBS at a daily low of 1758. PSLV at a daily low of 741. GameStop and Canagistics both at daily lows. GameStop's starting to recover now a little bit. And these things don't all happen at the same time on accident, my friends. But it's extremely oversold now. Extremely oversold. Stochastic's practically at zero. Good stuff. Correct, Keith. That's what we've been saying. We're likely looking at what the market expects for tomorrow. The volume in SOS at 11 o'clock this morning was 8 million, and then after that dropped down to 39,000. As a matter of fact, AMC's at 1298. I don't see it going much lower in the short term. And that works out fine for me. CD, do I think this has anything to do with the executive order? Yes, I do. And to put it simply, money's got to come from somewhere, my friend. And they can blame it on CPI, they can blame it on this, they can blame it on that. But as we already have said many times on this channel, it's not priced in. People like to say that everything's priced in, but they're full of shit. The rate hikes are not properly priced in. Inflation's not properly priced in. Unemployment's not properly priced in. The shorts on these meme stocks is not properly priced in. The suppression on precious metals is the only thing keeping it down. Precious metals, real price, is also not priced in. It will be in the future. The economic conditions that should be reflected on the S&P have not been priced in. The lack of action by the Fed and their failure to actually stop quantitative easing has not been priced in because they've been doing nothing but bullshitting and lying about it. The Fed is pretending that they can get the market to have a soft landing by doing nothing except opening their mouths. They think that people like you and me and institutions are going to get scared and sell off. When in reality, the institutions don't believe the Fed. They don't believe Jerome Powell anymore. They have no reason to. Niall Wing, what's your estimation of the real price of AMC? We know this price is a joke. Well, Niall, let's put it this way. When you compare fundamentals with other stocks, I would buy AMC. I bought AMC at $72. I bought AMC at $10 and $9 and a lot of things in between. I'll continue to do so. But even if there wasn't a short squeeze, even if there was no shorts and retail didn't own the float, I wouldn't be surprised to see AMC trading around $40 to $60 a share. Not at all. Earnings per share went up about 48% last quarter, as well as pretty much everything else as far as their fundamentals and their financials is up almost 50% quarter over quarter, which is up almost 50% or more year over year as well. The fundamentals of the stock are great. They own a gold mine. They own popcorn farms. They have started retail popcorn sales with their popcorn farms, which further increases profit margins. They've made an absolute killing in the box office as well as off concessions. Because I don't know about you and me, but I don't sneak candy into AMC anymore. I know a lot of people used to do that back in the day. And now it seems like every time I go to AMC, people are standing in the concessions line to rack up, to stack up tons and tons of goodies. People have no problem spending money at AMC because we like the stock. We like the company. Oh shit, Stacks McGee, you make a great point. American credit card debt being at all-time highs is not priced in. Check my order statuses. Excellent. Think I'm gonna buy some shit, maybe sell some too. We'll see. But let's see how it goes.
Hey boss, I just linked you something on Ape Chat. Something that just got posted
Love
today
that
on
noise.
the Federal Register.
Love that sound. Something just got posted to the Federal Register.
Uh-huh.
Am I gonna be pissed?
Involving all of the national market system plans for governing and consolidation audit trial.
Michael says, Boss Blunts, I was the guy in cargo shorts that would put burgers from the food court in my pockets. That's great.
It involves FINRA cat reporting.
Holy fuck. A joint industry plan. Notice of filing of amendment to the National Market System Plan governing the Consolidated Audit Trail, the CAT system. Box Exchange. Box, that's those assholes that are owned by Citadel, if I recall. So it looks like the operating committee for the CAT system, on behalf of these parties, filed with the SEC a proposed amendment to the CAT NMS plan that would authorize this company, CAT LLC, to revise the CAT Reporter Agreement and the Consolidated Audit Trail Reporting Agent Agreement to remove the arbitration provision from each agreement and replace it with a forum selection provision, which would require that any dispute regarding the CAT reporting be filed in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, or, in the absence of federal subject matter jurisdiction, the New York Supreme Court within the First Judicial Department. They want to add a jury waiver provision. They want to add a disclaimer of warranties, and they want to revise the existing choice of law clause to provide that any dispute will be governed by federal law in addition to New York law. Brother, if you ask me, they seem absolutely fucking desperate to try to keep this any arbitration and lawsuits in the state of New York. Isn't that what it sounds like?
I don't know. I sent it to Bigums. I don't know what it means for.
Yeah, it
'Cause
does.
it
Look,
involves FINRA cat. So.
yeah, let's go right here. Looks. I just scroll down a little bit. It says the proposed amendment would ensure that a dispute arising out of the Consolidated Audit Trail (CAT) reporting system would be addressed by either the SDNY or the New York State Supreme Court, designating an Article 3 court and a sophisticated state court as potential forums for dispute resolution is plainly consistent with the Exchange Act. And of course, they're doing it. Why? Under the guise of market efficiency and fair competition objectives.
In case of system failure or data breach.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Cyber?
This is 35,000 page document. Fucking hell.
Yeah, this just came out today. It says cat data breach. I wonder what they're planning with that.
They're planning to probably implement a fake data breach, and they want to be sued in the state of New York so they could pay off the fucking judges.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They've got the New York State judges in their fucking pockets.
That's probably something like that.
And look,
Allegedly.
Edward,
Yeah.
we are the first people to look at it. It has 0 views as of today, 10:15 a.m.
Yep.
Eastern time.
Yep.
Good job, my friend. Nice find.
Mm-hmm.
There's more desperation by market makers to keep lawsuits in the state of New York so that they can most likely and allegedly bribe the people in those positions in the state of New York. Surprise, surprise. Under the guise of market fairness. Fucking crooks. We'll just call this a new thread. We'll call this market maker desperation on CAT system. It seems like they're planning on getting sued. Like they've got no other choice. Like they know they're going to get fucking sued. And they're going to try desperately to keep it in the state of New York.
Well, somebody is handing over the responsibility to the federal. It's now on a federal level.
Yeah, they're trying to keep it
with.
Either in the state or in the appellate court. I mean, appellate court. The fuck, Supreme Court.
Yep. So it actually may be, like maybe somebody's doing something to them. Maybe they don't know because it doesn't say who's involved. So it's somebody.
It's
let me see
everybody
who
in the CAT. All of the members of that are participating in the CAT system. And the
It
first
is
one
the
that it lists.
SEC.
Yeah, the first one that it lists is Box, which I'm pretty sure is was being purchased by or is run by Citadel already. Year-to-date performance. Let's take a look at the goodies. Perma Bulls. Are you wearing your helmet yet? Because the Facebook is down 43%. The Amazon stocks are down 30%. Apple is down 20% year-to-date. Netflix is down 67%. Google is down 19%. Microsoft 19%. Tesla 38%. How is the S&P only down 15% year-to-date? Naked shorts on the VIX. Market manipulation.
Fuckery.
They're no longer even buying the fucking stocks. They're just straight up buying the fucking ETF. They're buying the fucking ETF itself. There's nothing. They're not even buying the stocks that are held within it anymore. Here's the proof. Everything's fucking blood red. Everything. Except for, of course, the bearish ones like the VIX and the direction bearish real estate ETFs. Google's up 0.4.
For some reason, my bros is up.
Your what?
My bros is up
Your
like
bros
crazy.
is up? That's fucking hilarious.
I love to see it.
Talk about fucking comical, huh?
It just shows you that it doesn't make sense. And like nothing in the market makes any sort of
No,
sense.
it's not.
Like also Chewy, CHWY, it's also up 6%. How the hell are these things up when the
That's
entire
fucking
market is red.
phenomenal.
I mean, I'm glad.
Yeah,
I have
Chewy.
bros,
But
but
again, Chewy was another heavily shorted stock, wasn't it? Is there some news on it?
well, that and bros was also heavily shorted.
And
It got
bros,
shorted from
that's
62.19.
So Chewy's up 6% on the day. Ryan Cohen's former company. And then you got Bros as well.
Yeah, calls and bros. Yeah.
Dutch Brothers
or-
up 2.68%. I mean, it's doing a lot better than everything else on the fucking market, you know? Peloton is
Yep.
down 6.5%. Redbox is down 5.7%. You know, another heavily shorted stock that we saw 20% runs on for several days. You know, Splash Beverage Group down 1.5%, SLV2, Snap down 3.5%, Sundial down almost 4%. The S&P is still down only about half a percentage point and clinging to 408 for its life. Desperately clinging to 408. And there goes the United States selling shitloads of treasury bills.
Reverse
Gotta love that
repo, is
printing of
it
money.
at all-time high again?
RRP has not come out yet, brother. It comes out at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, but did it make an all-time high yesterday?
Yeah, it did. $2.09 trillion on the reverse repurchase program. The second all-time high just this week, ladies and gentlemen. Just this week, we
Well,
have
everything
two
tanks.
all-time highs on the reverse repurchase program. The SFT program was implemented last week, just before the executive order, one day before the executive order of June 3rd, in order to provide further forms of liquidity for these desperate short hedge fucks. And even still, we already saw meme stocks start to run. And the only reason they stopped is because they're getting dragged down with the market right now. This is all part of the plan for them, my friends.
SPY is just consolidating, and it's
Neo.
just bringing everything down.
Neo shares tumble. It looks like they're talking about lower Q2 deliveries and poor guidance. They are down 7% on Neo. Did anybody expect anything else, anything more, you know?
It seems like it does that dump every time it hits $20 for Neo. It's been really shorted. It actually looks exactly like AMC
Which
in a
one?
weird way.
Neo?
Neo, yeah.
I don't know.
The fractal.
I kind of agree with you.
You have to stretch it. Stretch the price and you'll see it
Gotcha. Let's find out.
on the daily. You'll have to see it on the daily. That's pretty obvious.
I kind of see it. I kind of agree. Good observation, though, I got to say.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the same movement is on a lot of these
It
stocks
does.
that are bundled together.
Yeah, it does.
I really don't know what it is. Obviously, I think BlackRock's probably within the NYSE. Like their supercomputer obviously talks back and forth to them, so it could be involving some entity, which probably they are, but that's running algorithms that are dominant. I don't know.
PowerBridge Technologies. PowerBridge Technologies is up 205% Power Bridge Technologies. Well, I think we could see probably where some of their money's going. That bitch started the day at 37 cents, is now at $1.28 or so.
It's so weird.
That's fucking comical, isn't it? Look at the... Holy shit, man. That's fucking phenomenal. The RSI is finally starting to cool off on it. PBTS up 205%. Good eye, my friends. Irishman, use some lube, man. You'll survive. I hope. Man, Beyond is extending its losses. Beyond Meat now down 7.86%. Wow. When you start looking at shit like that and then you go, well, AMC's still hanging on and it's only down 4.8%, that's not too fucking bad. GameStop's looking the same thing, down 5.94%. That's pretty steep. But we saw what happened first thing this morning before the market even started going negative. Both memes, AMC and GameStop were both being shorted before the market even started going down. Then the market started going down and took them right along with it. It's a great plan by hedge funds and market makers, I gotta say. It's pretty smart. Nothing game changing, but pretty smart. MMAT's looking the same, down 5.5%. Peloton down 6.7% right now. Just getting absolutely obliterated at the moment.
SPY is getting absolutely pumped right now.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. How about the volatility index? It's still up 2.5 for now. It'll probably catch up and start going down in price if the SPY can break this 410 level of resistance, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Lack Throne, I've answered this question about 4 or 5 times now. Cost to borrow does not only go up. It's like anything else. It goes up, it comes down, it goes up, it comes down. That is normal, my friend. Not to mention, if they're not borrowing as many shares because the stock market is being sold off, and the ETFs and indices that hold our favorite meme stocks will, at no cost, be dragged down for these market makers and hedgies because they don't have to short it. They know that the IWM and the Russell 2000 coming down will bring down AMC. They know that the Russell 1000 and other ETFs that house GameStop are going to bring down GameStop. Therefore, they don't have to borrow as many shares today to bring the price down like they did the last several days. They can actually probably return more shares than they borrowed even to help that cost to borrow go down for tomorrow or the next day or the next day and so on.
Oh my god,
This
Yellen is
not
pumping
a
the SPY.
one-day thing. My friends need to realize patience is key. The last time we saw the executive order come into effect January 11th, and it was extended on January 13th, and our favorite stocks ran on January 28th. Then we saw them extended through May 27th. Our stocks didn't run until June 2nd. And on June 3rd, the executive order was extended through June 3rd of this year. It has only been about 3 days since June 3rd. If margin calls were issued, if June 3rd caused margin calls, that wouldn't even have been evaluated until the end of day on Friday. Companies and short hedge funds probably wouldn't have even been margin called until Monday. And then they would have 3 to 5 business days to meet said margin call. Now, if it was the DTC and FINRA margin calling the prime brokers, we'd be looking at a 1-hour time frame. But that's not the way things go. They usually start, let's put it this way, BlackRock and Vanguard are going to do their best to make sure that that doesn't happen, or at least that it's minimized to whatever capacity possible. That's why there's 185 million shares of AMC on loan. All-time high. Last June, when we had the May and June run-up, there was 105. Now there's 185 shares on loan. Desperation at its finest. The cost to borrow for AMC, the maximum cost to borrow is over 40%. The average cost to borrow is around 15%. The minimum cost to borrow is over 11%. All of those figures have doubled yesterday from the day prior, and 2 days ago from 3 days ago. And on Monday, it doubled from Friday. Today's the first day that we're having a bit of a, not correction, even still, you can call it that, a bit of a correction in the price of the cost to borrow. Because it doesn't just go like this. It's not a fucking roller coaster taking you to the top. It's a wavy one. And if you want to get to the top, you got to hang on. You got to buckle in. $409.89 SPY pump on the 5-minute. That is huge. Huge injections of liquidity there to get us from 408.73 to 410.33 in a matter of 6 minutes. 6 minutes. That's the kind of volume that I would suppose a plunge protection team sell-off could get us to see. Selling naked shorts on the volatility index causes gamma ramps on this S&P 500 because the volatility index is based off the underlying options, calls and puts of the S&P and vice versa. Well, kind of vice versa. Vice versa in the sense that if you crush the VIX by selling naked shorts, it will cause volume traders and algorithms to buy up assets in the SPY or the SPY ETF itself or futures. The majority of it is actually futures traders. A lot of futures trading action, contracts, all sorts of shit happening with these guys. Yo, take a look at PVTS. That bitch is paying out. Power Bridge Technologies still up 209%. She is our star of the day. Power Bridge is squeezing hard, and everything on the market is falling apart. Everything. Man, I'm so glad ANC's at 1286. I haven't bought any yet. I just keep fucking talking and talking. As a matter of fact, I did buy some earlier. Let me go back in and take care of my business here.
Hold up. Are you saying you showed restraint?
I'm saying I didn't spend all my money at once.
Wow, like it's like it's true. SPY is literally a pump and dump.
That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. The SPY's a motherfucking pump and dump. The SPY's a meme stock. Except most people don't seem to understand that yet.
Oh my god, it's taking. What the hell? What is that? Oh,
whoa!
what?
Look at AMC. Are you watching this on a 1 minute? Dude, it's
What is
barcoding
it?
hard. It is barcoding hard
Oh.
as shit right now. We're getting new lows on the day. Keep it
Yeah,
going,
now
Kenny.
it's being.
Keep it going,
yeah.
Kenny.
Yeah, just hit a new low again after barcoding for like literally
12.75.
hours.
I fucking love it.
Crazy. Meanwhile, SPY is absolute knifing.
Is it?
Yeah,
Holy
it
shit.
just undid the entire move up by Janet Yellen.
The SPY did it.
Like what? Like three sell candles.
It's now down 0.55 and 0.57, 0.59, 0.61.
Oh man! Oh, that red candle was nasty.
Whoa! Woo! This is fucking nasty.
So
We're gonna have a
what you're
fun
saying is,
time.
and it's gone.
And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
gone. That's right, Martin.
They try to pump it up, and your money's gone. Just
the
give it to
fucking
Kenny.
plunge team's efficacy is definitely not what it used to be, huh?
Yeah, dude. These people, they're just dumb. That's it. They're just dumb. They're literally paying like to lose money.
Fucking hilarious. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Oh, we have UVXY hitting $13. Let's go. VIX is up 3.3% too.
Damn, I knew it was time for me to do a name change on this Discord.
What's that? Iron Guts?
No!
Diamond balls.
No! Check on the bottom of the voice chat.
All right, but before I do, I will let everyone know AMC is seeing new daily lows. Ader is seeing new daily lows. Splash Beverage, new daily lows. Snapchat, new daily lows. Tilray, UBS, new daily lows right now. Right now.
Oh my god, dude. SPY right now is gonna tank.
Oh, dude, it looks like fucking complete shit. Looks like complete shit. They're trying so hard. I don't know if I'd say it's gonna tank, only because you know that the plunge team's gonna do everything they can to prevent that. But I think that they've
they tried
They're
already
playing their
in the
hand,
morning.
right? Like they've shown us their fucking hand. It looks like.
It makes no absolute technical sense what they did
I
at
agree.
11:30, pumping it up to 410. Absolutely no sense.
Everybody gets a daily low. That's a good point, brother. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is hiring for their real estate program executive position. Ain't that cute?
Yeah, so I sent the thing that I sent you for on the Federal Register. I sent it to Bigums, but he's at work. He's gonna look at it later.
That's cool. He's gonna say the same thing we said about it. You know.
Yeah, there arbitration. Well, the good thing yeah, it depends on who's looking right like at it, right? Because what if it's like from the show Billions, right, where you have the
Yeah.
Inspector General looking at it? Like, what if that's involved?
Well, if the Office of the Inspector
it's on a
General
federal
gets
level.
involved, we may have to do that, Ed. We might have to put in a complaint and a petition.
Yeah, that's what I'm
to get
talking about.
Like you were
Yeah.
saying, to get the Office of the Inspector General to investigate the Securities Exchange Commission. This might be
Yeah.
one of the best things, one of the like in our best interest, truly.
Yeah, you look back at Bernie Madoff's case and you found out how the heck was it solved? Well, it was solved by issuing an investigation to the Inspector General who oversees SEC and what they do and their practices. Well, if you
Shocking,
issue
huh? Shocking.
a complaint, he's the one responsible. So he probably doesn't know what the hell they're doing unless there is action being taken.
Yeah. Let's take a look at AMC. It is also pulling in new lows at 1272. I love it. I am fucking stoked.
By it's just refusing to drop.
So
Oh,
let's take a
man.
quick peek at the AMC open interest on these in July for AMC calls. At the $13 strike, we've got almost 16,000 open interest, 10,000 and 11,000 right beneath it. The $20 strike, we've got almost 30,000 open interest at the $20 strike on AMC for July 15th, 36 days from now. We have another 12,000 at the $30 strike, 5,800 at the $35 strike, 14,000 at the $40 strike for July, 11.5 at the $50 strike. We got 7,800, 4,000, and just thousands all the way up to the $100 strike. We got another 12,500 open interest on the calls. Moving on down, and then at the $145 strike, deep out of the money, we got 134,000 open interest. These calls expire in 36 days, and they're still going between 9 cents to 11 cents bid to ask. And it's not 100%, it's not 200%, it's not 300%, it's hundreds of percentages, if not over 1,000% out of the money right now. And nobody gives a fuck, because a lot of people understand that you may lose every dime you put into these calls, or you may make a fuckload of money. You may get filthy, stinking, fucking rich off the money you put into these calls, because nothing is guaranteed in the stock market. Not Ken Griffin's short positions, not our fucking gains, not the date that you buy your options. That's why people like shares, because shares don't expire. But I like the leverage that options provide. They provide a lot of leverage. And if you want to look at the puts, what do we have? The highest we have on open interest for puts is around 21,000 at in the money puts at the $20 strike, and 26,500 at slightly out of the money puts at the $10 strike. We got a few thousand here. Got a few thousand here at the bottom of the chain where these are going for 3 cents, 4 cents, 1 cent, 6 cents, and nobody's fucking buying them. Nobody's buying this shit. Look, 0 bids. Nobody's buying this shit. Nobody thinks AMC's going down to 0. Not even the fucking market maker. Nobody's buying that garbage. But what about this? $145 strike? Gee. The last one is going for the mid price between 9 and 11 right now for 10 cents. And AMC seeing new lows of the day. AMC's negative 5%. It's at 1282 right now. All right. On that note, I've got to pull my screen back. But as you can see, shit, let's take a look. You know, MMAT down more than 4% on some of my calls. Not sweating it. AMC down more than 4% on my calls. Not fucking sweating it. Because that's what that money's there for. That money should be there if you're buying calls, knowing that there's a good chance that you may or may not make or lose a lot of money. My AMC July calls are down. My June calls are up. Some July calls are down. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep buying what I want until they hit the right spot. My Gamestop calls are down. My MMAT, my Sundial, a lot of other stocks that I have. Mullen, BBIG calls are down. I'm not worried in the slightest. Because for me, it's not an if, but a when. It's not an if, but a when. AMC's still down 5% right now, and GameStop's down 6 3/4% at 129. Man, those are some primo opportunities, as far as I'm concerned. Let's see. How many of these? Can I buy triple digits of these? I think I can. I think I've got enough. But I'm not gonna get greedy. Let's see, buy to open. I love it. Did we fill? Did we fill? Today's orders. Let me go over there. Oh wow, I did quite a bit of buying today. I didn't even realize. Awesome. I just filled more fucking contracts. It's phenomenal. And I got my price too. I got my price. That feels great. Averaging down. AMC's at 12.79. We had a low of 12.72 on the day. The SPY is down 0.5 percentage point still. Oh, we need a line right here. There's definite resistance trend right there. Right, Martin? What are your thoughts? I know you see it too.
I haven't. Let's see here.
At like 408.50 or so, right?
For SPY?
Yeah, look at like right
Where's
around
this?
408.47 or so. We got a pretty good 408.45 or so. Got
Yeah.
right? We got this little channel going right now between 408.50 and 409.75.
Yeah.
It's just kind of hanging tight, right?
It's 408.13 is very important on SPY.
Oh, well, that's the low there. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Well, it's the on the daily, on the 1 hour, sorry, it's the 200 EMA, and if it breaks that,
I should open up my EMA
it will
for
knife.
200.
Yeah, if it breaks that, it will probably knife if it breaks that.
But you're right. It's in a channel between 409.70s something and 408.43, 44, and something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's being really propped up today. They did not want to tank it today. Oh, I mean, there's still a lot of time for it to do whatever. You never know.
Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly. This charade that's going on, I mean, it's hard to tell what's going to come next. So it's like, you better buckle up, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Energy sector's down a full percentage point today. Healthcare is down 0.5%. Sorry, almost a full percentage point as well. Financials all down a percentage point. Material sector a percentage point. Real estate's down a third of a percent. Consumer staples is flat, and consumer discretionary is up 2.2. Why the fuck would consumer discretionary be up 0.2 if consumers don't have any fucking money? Because most of consumer discretionary stocks would be considered things like AMC and Gamestop. That'd be considered consumer discretionary spending. And those are up, maybe because we've got certain stocks that are heavily shorted that are up 200 fucking percent. Like PBTS, up 251 fucking percent. It's still fucking going. Jesus. Jeez, I like that action. Power Bridge Technologies, huh? Hey, SEC, I'm going to say no-go to FOMO. And buy some fucking more. Is it considered FOMO if AMC's going down? Is that the same thing as FOMO? Because the further it goes down, the more FOMO I get. Oh, shit. What a fucking joke.
Dude, did you see the tweets that he read?
Gensler?
Yeah. He's like, can't read that.
Yeah.
Nope, can't read that either.
Yeah, with this penny stock shit. Oh, and Gensler was reading out the tweets? Yeah, we were doing that yesterday.
Yeah,
That was
he
funny.
knows. He reads the tweets. It just
I don't
proves
think
that
so.
they're
I
complicit.
guess you're right. He does. He doesn't read all of them, but I guarantee you every now and then he opens up his Twitter and just reads them and be like, damn, people hate the shit out of me.
Imagine he like opens up his Twitter. Is like, oh man, what is SEC doing today? See what you put up. Oh my god, it's so good.
It's comical,
memes
man.
win
It
the
really
game.
is.
They lost to memes. That's what it is.
254% fucking gains. After look at the way it used to trade barcode sideways all the time, and PBT just jumped out of nowhere. Nothing to see here, people. You know, a stock that's worth 37 cents running up 255%. Nothing's happening. Everything's fine. Hide your wife. Hide your kids.
United States of America market.
Man, we're so fucking lucky. Damn, are we blessed.
Oh yeah.
Express is down 6%, dude, too. Right there. We're hanging out right there with Blackberry, fucking bees, Bed Bath & Beyond, GameStop, and Express are all down around 6%. As a matter of fact, Beyond Meat is extended its drop to 8.82%, which is fucking ridiculous. A Cartel, Pump and Dump Day, SCOD, thanks for streaming. Thank you for watching and being here with us and enjoying our time together, my friend, because when this is over, we're going to say, damn, that was a lot of fucking fun. I missed that. I wish we could go do that again. And when it's over, you're going to tell yourself, that only took 18 months. It only took 24 months, however long you've been in here, for example. You're going to say, would I do that again to become filthy, stinking fucking rich? And you're going to say, any fucking time, any day, any place. Things only seem to take a long time because you don't know what's coming next. The uncertainty, the lack of knowing where you're going makes it seem like it's going to take a lot longer than it actually has. Think about when you're going on a trip. On your way there, that drive feels like it takes forever if you don't know where you're going. But when you're headed back home, all of a sudden, that drive doesn't feel so bad. And it feels like you got home twice as fast as you did when you left to depart on your trip in the first place. Because you know where you're going. And if after the fact you have to think to yourself, wow, I waited this long to make ridiculous amounts of money, would I be willing to do it again? In a fucking heartbeat. But right now, you don't know where the end of the road is. You can't see the end of the tunnel just yet. Or even if you can see it, you can't see what's on the other side. Makes it a lot more stressful, anxiety inducing. And that is what these market makers and hedge funds prey upon. There's a reason that their algorithm is purposely programmed to manipulate human emotions, and that they hire psychiatrists and psychologists to help their traders program their softwares. They pay a lot of money to mainstream media and people like Charles Gasparino to bring you down, to make you feel like shit. These people with no integrity that are owned by the worst of the worst, like BlackRock, that are buying up your homes and pricing you out of neighborhoods, paying cash 40% over asking price so that you can't fucking afford it. So that you have to rent from them for the next 30 fucking years. So that you will own nothing and be happy. So Klaus Schwab can say, we will own everything and be even happier. This is why I hold. I'm not fucking leaving. Oh, did I mention I just bought more AMC calls?
Let's go.
Again today?
No, I didn't think. I don't think you said that. Can you say it again for those in the back?
I've only shown one of my baby accounts. Should I show more positions?
Tell the people in the back what you did.
Nah, fuck them. If they're that far back, they ain't paying attention. It's too late now, my friends. It's time to go. Our time is now. And the last of what are exceptional buying opportunities has arrived. Did you hear that? Yes! Did you hear that fucking sound? Trade executions. God, I love them. They're my favorite.
We forgot today's 6/9, the date, and everything's absolutely getting found.
It's June 9th. June 9th, baby.
Yeah, that's really funny, actually.
Like, it was supposed to happen. Oh man.
Whoop. Oh, would you look at that? Say no go to FOMO. Say no go to FOMO, everybody.
Fuck that. I'm gonna FOMO in later.
I mean, that thing is so, it's probably the most cringiest things I've ever heard.
That was terrible.
No, I've heard something even worse. Inflation is transitory.
That's on par, but yeah.
Say no go to
That's
fucking
pretty much-
FOMO. That's fucking great.
SSE trying to be all cute with their words, trying to hide behind a couple words so that people don't buy. Yeah, that's cute. That's what they did back in January. They just didn't say no phone, no go to FOMO, but they literally took the buy button away. How awesome!
Holy shit. AMC's hanging out at 1272, making new lows. And I'm so glad I placed my orders. I love going fishing. I love going fishing for my price. That's the best. Put the pole in the water, wait for a bite.
Cheap calls.
My fucking favorite. Leverage out the ass. A lot of people fail to realize that most times on heavily shorted stocks, there's absolutely no delta hedging going on. They don't hedge against your calls because they know they're going to manipulate the price and they don't have to worry about your fucking calls. But when these executive orders come into play, when margin calls reach their hands out and start to make phone calls, defaults will eventually occur. When Evergrande starts to be removed from the MSCI indices like it was just yesterday afternoon, markets are going to sell off. Emerging markets in China, markets here at home in the States, emerging markets in Europe and Asia, all over the world. What we've seen as a minor correction so far has a long way to go. Astronomically scary long way to fall.
Ooh, SPY is looking very interesting right now.
It's not looking good, but you know what? AMC's making new lows. Ader's making new lows. Canogistics, HSBC, all sorts of stocks across the industry. SBEV is making new lows. Snapchat's making new lows right this very moment. BBBY down to 755. New lows for today. IMC still
SPY
sitting
could be
1272.
retesting the low.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it
I'm gonna
dropping.
hang on for the rest. I'm gonna hang on for some more money for later because I have a feeling we might possibly see a lot more blood.
Yeah, I agree.
Man, if this market actually has a proper crash, I think people are gonna think this are gonna be absolutely blown aback as to how excited I get about that. It just needs to happen for the good of our economy, for the good of our pensioners and our retirees. I don't want them to lose their money. But there's an inevitability here that we've got to face. It's hyperinflation and it's a recession. The sooner we get started, the less worse things will be. It's like the further they kick the can, the more people will be hurt in the end. The more people that will be broke, the more people that will lose their jobs. For every percentage point that unemployment goes up in America, over 100,000 people die due to malnourishment, medical issues, homelessness, and many, many other reasons. We need to get this shit out of the way so we can start to rebuild. Plain and fucking simple. Oh, and full disclosure, I've got nothing to hide. I've got plenty of SPY puts. Way out of the fucking money SPY puts even. And VIX calls. Because this whole market is bullshit. And I can wait as long as it takes for the market to crash and or for AMC and other heavily shorted meme stocks like Gamestop, BBIG, MMAT, etc. And even precious metals to squeeze. They won't all happen at the same time. But people will likely need to move quickly when things do start to happen. And they've already started. Complete bloodbath on markets today. The European Central Bank is going to raise interest rates. Our CPI comes out tomorrow, and it's going to be complete shit.
Hey, guess what I heard today?
What'd you hear, brother?
That the Scandinavian housing market is starting to get a bit rocky.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
No kidding, dude. That's not surprising.
So that was interesting. No, it wasn't surprising at all.
Yeah. It's the housing market around the world at this point needs a huge correction. This bubble that we're in, it's put it this way, the central banks around the world and the plunge teams are down to their last breath on this bubble. They're down to their last fucking breath. Greece is defaulting as we speak. Sergio, you're absolutely right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so SPY is trying to test that support again at 4843-ish. Are you seeing that, Ed?
Oh yeah, I'm watching it, man.
Yeah. He really doesn't want to leave that.
It's just a moment of time, man. I think they're
Yeah.
gonna lose it. I think they're gonna lose it.
Yeah. It's mesmerizing to sit here and watch the SPY just jump on that support level.
Just consolidate. Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Actually, it's like the same. Right when it opened up, it's iterating the same thing. You had that middle, uh, like the middle A shape that's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like two iterations of itself. It's great. So now I think it's probably gonna dump right now. If it's
Yeah, you're
finishing the
not
leg,
wrong.
then it could.
Oh, wait. Here comes another little bump.
Yeah, yeah, that one little leg. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Let's see if they try to pump it.
I'd say it probably gets rejected off this.
Hmm. Hey, Marcel, guess what? My VIX is wrecked. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my
Oh,
UVXY
yeah.
is printing too.
I had a quick look at my IBKR. Yesterday at Market Open, it was negative 20.25%. Today at Market Open, it was negative 12. So something happened.
Wow, Twitter just went down. Cool.
Yep. Something like that. And my two SPY puts that I'm going to mark
I
Baum.
got you guys on audio. Sorry, go ahead.
Now I've got my two VIX puts that will I will mark Baum those bitches. I will hold them and hold them and hold them.
Got you guys. I
This
got my audio first. Thank you, though.
this third candle looks interesting.
Look at this. Look at this. The SPY is just getting swallowed right now. 408.54. Oh, man. It's going in for another retest. Dude, it's been, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4 tests so far of that support level. And it's going in for 5. Damn.
It's
Damn.
getting weak.
This is not. We might see another market crash day like we did in January 25th or 26th when the SPY lost 13% in 1 minute and the plunge team bought it back through the use of the $50 billion in naked shorts in the VIX. You guys remember that?
Oh, the
Yeah.
26, yeah.
Yeah, we might just have another one of those.
Eventually.
Could we be so lucky to have one today? May we be so lucky?
Man, that'd be
Let's see.
great.
There we go. There you go, guys. Turn up my gain a little bit. Feel free to let me know if my audio is off. Appreciate you, Jam Bams. You're the best.
Oh, you're good.
Thanks, Martin. It sounds different on
Even-
YouTube than it does on Discord, though.
You could even
Just letting you
see that the rejection of volume. Look on the daily on SPY. It's touching the 13 moving average. 408.21. So 408.21 and 408.13 are both very crucial.
It's
to
at
breaking
408.85 right now. Kind of trying to make a push.
It needs to either pass like 416 or break 408 today.
Appreciate you guys.
This is another retest. This candle. Oh man.
I love it when people say, "Explain it to me like I'm 5," or "Explain it to me like I'm Gary Gensler."
Yeah, explain it to me like Gary Gunzer.
Markets are fucked.
Oh man.
Like if we're talking about inflation, people should just say, "Explain it to me like I'm Janet Yellen," because the bitch admitted she doesn't know shit about inflation.
Explain it to me like Powell.
BRQS is up 30% now. Let's see. What else we got? Borks hanging out up 31% gains. That's quite the day, huh? But again, a penny stock. Possibly a heavily shorted one. That's quite the movement, if I'd say so myself. I mean, it's no 200% like we saw on AERC yesterday, but it's still pretty healthy. Speaking of that, let's check it out. The heavily shorted stocks that were moving yesterday, like Redbox and AERC, are not really moving up to. AERC is now up 5%, but it was up 180%, I think, the day before yesterday. Redbox was up over 20% multiple days in a row. Let's take a look at pets. Let's see, JG, what you got? Up 70% on no fucking news. PETZ up 70% from 21 cents to about 45 cents earlier. Very nice to see. Let's take a look and see what Redbox is doing today. Oh, what's this? What's this update I've got? The SEC Rule 201 has been triggered for Redbox, and the related exchanges have implemented a short sale restriction. Short selling is permitted when the SEC rule criteria are met. And it is implemented from today at 11 a.m. till tomorrow evening, basically. So, unfortunately, that does not mean that the stock cannot be sold short. Synthetic shares and naked shorts can still be created on Redbox in the name of liquidity by the market maker, literally for any fucking reason that they want. All they have to do is say, I quote, "It was necessary to maintain liquidity." That's it. It's as simple as that. I'm not making this shit up. Go look into it yourself if you don't believe me. But a market maker can legally create synthetics and naked shorts on companies like Redbox and AMC and Gamestop when there's no other shares left in the name of liquidity. Even if their own hedge fund is shorting it, in the name of liquidity. And this is why we need fundamental changes on our fucking stock market. This is why retail is here. This is why we're not fucking leaving. We didn't leave for 72. We didn't leave for 480 on AMC and GameStop, respectively. And I'm sure as shit not here for 1,000 a share. I don't really care what the share price is at the end of the day. And I don't think most people should either. But when this squeezes, I'm not looking to leave here with millions of dollars. I'm not looking to leave with hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not even looking for $1 billion. I'm looking for billions with an S. Let's take a look at MMAT. It's regained some of its losses, actually. It was down even heavier earlier. Redbox is still
Yeah,
down
but
7.5.
can you see how illiquid MMAT is? It's
Yes, sir.
yeah, and Biora, and Sundial, and BBIG.
They're just vaulting the volume.
The volume here was literally 6,000 and then 586. This red candle was 586 volume. This one was 6,000. This red candle was 4,000 volume. This green candle was 6,000. This one was 3,900, 7,700. These are 5-minute candles, people. Not 1 minute, 5-minute candles. Let's go to the 1 minute and you can see just how fucking pathetic this is. Barcodes. 5,000 volume. To bring it down, 1,100. No volume, 700 volume, 1,300, 2,000, 600 volume, 200 volume, 1,400, 2,700, 1,400, 1,600.
I mean, if the market makers can create synthetics to create liquidity. How come they don't do it on these stocks?
Oh, they have.
It's yeah, but now it's nothing.
Because they don't need to trade, they can just store the volume into the freaking
Yeah.
dark exchanges and just make everything barcode, like all the penny stocks.
Be big. Take a good look at Be Big. What's going on with my fucking screen here? When in doubt, zoom out. Barcode action on the 5-minute. Oh yeah, there's no volume here. These are 5-minute candles. And this has 500 volume, 1000 volume, 3300. This red candle that dumped all the way down to 204 had 18,000 volume. A barcode right next to it of 16,000. 900 volume and 24,000 volume. 900 volume brought the stock price up almost the same as the 24,000 took it down. And now preceded by almost no volume after that, a couple thousand at best. Now 700 on this one here. Anyways. Goldman Sachs extends losses today to 1.75%. UBS 1.84% down so far today. JP Morgan 1.25%. ARK Investments, ARK Innovation ETF, I should say, which was up about 3.5% yesterday, is down 3.5% today. LA King thinks if the SPY breaks under 407.61 and doesn't recover, it's over. Well, I'm going to pop up my Bloomberg real quick. I want to hear what the Bloomberg bullshit is for just about 2 minutes to hear what the mainstream media narrative is at this moment.
And I think that while they did commit to a rate hike in July, and there's a pretty solid chance that they could hike by 50 basis points in September, it sounds as though a lot of people, and they're ending their buying program, it sounds as though a lot of folks wanted more, and so it's just not quite enough, so that euro is down.
But net, it sounds like a lot of crosswinds.
A lot of crosswinds, and another point relative to stocks, low volume. This is the third or fourth day of about 25% below the 20 moving average.
Look at that,
so
guys.
I think it comes down to that PPI number, and then, of course, next Wednesday, the FOMC.
Of course. Thank you so much to Abigail Doolittle for that report on the markets. Coming up, we're going to talk with Texas
AERC
Congressman Al
starting to make some
Green
movements.
about the hearings tonight on the events of January 16th. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
AERC is now up 11.25%. This was where today began, right where my cursor is here on the line, straight up. Look at how heavily shorted it was at the beginning of the day. We ended yesterday around 957 and opened today at 868 on AERC, which is a heavily shorted stock that was up 180% the day before yesterday. AMC had a similar movement this morning. We ended the day around 1352, and we started today around right around 1290, 1280, 1286. Currently, AMC is down 4.81% on the day, but keep in mind, that's where we opened the day. Had this pre-market gap down not happened, AMC would be at the same place that it was yesterday, because it's at the same place that it opened at this morning. It costs hedge funds money to lower a stock price, but it's cheaper in the after hours and pre-market because there's a lot less volume, so less shares can influence the stock price to either move up or down. Granted, that's why purchase orders are grouped together into dark pools, to group thousands and thousands of orders together in dark pools front run the trade, make money off you via payment for order flow, make money by taking the other side of the trade, and make money by shorting it because they know exactly where you think the stock is going. This will only change when margin defaults happen. I've said that since last year. In January 28th, etc., when we ran all-time highs on GameStop, the only reason that happened was because of the executive order that led to the margin defaults. In May and June of 2021, when AMC reached its all-time high, the only reason that happened is because of the executive order that led to margin defaults. June 3rd, that executive order is back into play. Don't be surprised to see it take longer this time to have its full effect. The reverse repurchase program is reflecting the desperation for liquidity. 2 all-time highs this week, $2.1 trillion by almost 100 counterparties, 100 banks and holding companies. The new SFT program, which requires them to borrow more shares of the underlying assets, such as AMC, GameStop, Redbox, etc., and use those to borrow against via the SFT liquidity program. That's the new pawn shop rule that was just implemented on the 6th of June. Patrick says, why does pre-market and post-market even exist in the first place? Either have an open and close or let it be 24/7, I feel like. And I kind of have to agree with you on that. Pre-market and aftermarket exist so that market makers can do their business without our interference. They're not necessary. They're not needed. It's nice to place an order in pre-market and after hours, but most people aren't awake at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning anyway to do so. Most people aren't selling their AMC at 3:30 in the morning for no fucking reason when earnings per share are up 48% quarter over quarter, and even more than that year over year. Same with GameStop, revolutionizing their company, about to come up with a dividend, or you can call it a stock issuance, a stock split 3-to-1. So if you have 2 shares of GameStop, you will have 6 shares of GameStop soon, each worth a third of their value for the same equivalent that you currently have. That would cause the shares to be counted, as everybody would have to receive a certain number of the new shares issued. Ryan Cohen, as of today, has the ability to announce that at any moment. Right now, Ryan Cohen could drop a tweet and say, all right, we're issuing out this stock split right now, for example. We're going to move forward with it X date. Today, tomorrow, the next day. Ryan Cohen has the ability to do that at any moment. And that very might well be one of the final nails in the coffin. I suppose it would be the most devastating thing to happen to these hedge fucks since the last executive order. Excellent. Make sure you guys check out Pantheon AMC tonight on YouTube. Pantheon AMC will be covering the broader markets, macro, geopolitical structures, and market mechanics, as well as other things that you might have questions about regarding the SEC and DTC filings and regulations. The man is on it. Make sure you're checking out Pantheon AMC. He's one of our members here in the Discord. Extremely intelligent individual that I have gotten to know quite well just from interacting with him and discussing with him. A very selfless individual that does a lot of good coverage for people such as ourselves, and isn't asking anything from us other than do your own fucking homework. Open your mind and look into the things that are happening right in front of us. The IWM has extended its losses to over 1%. The SPY is trying to recover at 409.51. We are trading in the same exact channel between 408.50 and 409.75 that we've been in since 10:45 Eastern time this morning. As a matter of fact, you could argue we've been in it all day because we were in it the moment the market opened. So we're in the same channel. Had a minor breakout, 2 attempts at a breakout, failed. A 3rd attempt at a breakout, it failed. A 4th attempt, it failed. It's going in for a 5th attempt to try to break out. And so far it's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 retests of the bottom as well. We're looking at it on the 5-minute candles. I'm going to zoom in on the 1 and get a little more detail. They're going in for the 5th attempt at 409.75. Candle wicked above, and it will probably break down right below it. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. Thanks a lot for posting this one, Denimator. This is a great one. Shaking out the bulls. He's shaking out the bulls. I love it. That's a good fucking GIF image right there. Where are we at, guys? Canadian Central Bank is warning that the country's financial system is facing increased risk from highly indebted households. They failed to mention they are the reason households are highly indebted. Where's my money, man? Where's my money? Thursday, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got updated Ortex information as of this morning. I'm not looking at the bullshit on Stonko Tracker. I'm looking at the information that was reported from market makers and banks to Ortex. This is self-reported data. It's only 85% of data. And they choose what they get to report and at what price between the lender and the borrower. Currently, the lenders are telling us that their cost to borrow max for AMC is at 48%. 48% max. The average has increased. Whoever told me that the AMC cost to borrow decreased, you were wrong. Stop looking at Stonko Tracker. The cost to borrow average went up. Yesterday was at 24%. Today it's at 26%. The cost to borrow minimum yesterday, I believe, was at 4.5%. You know what? I'm a liar. It was at 11%. The minimum cost to borrow today is at 6.5%. There was 1.26 million shares returned, 3.89 million borrowed shares for an increase of over 2.6 million shares borrowed of AMC. 2.6 million more than yesterday. That's 3.89 million shares of desperation borrowing at a maximum cost to borrow currently of 48%, which is up from yesterday, as well as the average is up from yesterday. So, Ferrari boy, cost to borrow is right here, my friend. The maximum's at 48, up. Cost to borrow average is 26, up. Cost to borrow minimum is down slightly at 6.5. Current estimated short interest of the free float's at 23.85%. Thanks for sharing, brother. Good looking out, Big Rick. Oh, BlackRock says they're not buying homes. Yeah, maybe Vanguard and Zillow and BlackRock's holding companies, Blackstone, etc. Household debt has grown at 8.3% as of the first quarter, or in the first quarter, at an annualized rate. It's disgusting. They should be ashamed. Let's take a look. Rental market tracker. Median monthly asking rent has surpassed $2,000 per month for the first time in May. Asking rents in Cincinnati, Seattle, and Nashville are up over 30%. Rents in Austin are up over 50%. That's insane. This is from the one and only Peter Hahn, my friend on LinkedIn and Twitter, who's in the financial industry. He's a very smart individual and deals with a lot of Forex. Retail investors have reduced their use of call options over the past 7 months. The 10-day average notional value of U.S. single stock options traded. Retail investors have decreased their use of options significantly in the last 7 months. Single stock call option volumes have reversed 70% of their increase from January 2019 to November 2021. There's no more stimulus going out. American households are in the largest amount of credit card debt that they've ever been as a whole. Ever. Never ever have we as a country been in more credit card debt. Never have we had these kinds of options. And we haven't even, the government has not begun quantitative tightening yet. As a matter of fact, they've not even stopped quantitative easing. Those are two different things. Stopping quantitative easing is one, and beginning quantitative tightening is another. They're not one and the same. They're completely separate. And it's one of those compounding issues. So a quick look at the SPY. I do not want to lose track of my markets today. 409.60 on the SPY. Trending really tight on the top of that channel, going in for 1, 2, 3. Its third retest, fourth retest of that level within the last 15 minutes, 10 minutes. AMC. I'd like to start at the top. In case you guys wonder why I always go from A to Z, it's my fucking OCD. AMC down 5%. But also Affirm Holdings is down 8.5%. Affirm Holdings, a credit card, basically lending company, online lending. Think of it kind of like PayPal/lendings as pay now or buy it now, pay later kind of thing. Affirm Holdings. You've probably seen them on PayPal and QVC, shit like that. The fact that they're down is an indication of the weakness of our economy, the large CPI print that we're about to see tomorrow as far as inflation, and lower job creation numbers. And don't even get me started on trucking, because I could give you so many examples as to the problems that are currently happening in trucking that'll probably disgust you, and I'm not trying to depress anybody. Let's put it that way. AMC still sitting tight at 1272. I'm sorry, it's at 1285 at this very moment. BBBY is down almost 7%. BBIG is making new lows of the day at $2.03, down 4.25. Biora Therapeutics, same shit. The NDX is down 0.5 percentage point. The NDXT, the tech index, is down almost 0.75%. Wow. Ocugen Pharmaceuticals is making new lows right now. And it seems the Russell 2000 is kind of moving upwards a little bit. Oh, wow. Look at the channels that we drew in the past. Let me zoom out a little bit if you want to look. You can see it on my screen. Attempting to retrieve data, apparently. There's the channels that we drew yesterday. Top line here, which it's respected all day. The support here, which it was shorted below in the morning and then came back up, tested it twice, broke back into that range, and now appears to be using those two. Yeah. Matter of fact, we've even got to slide this one down a little bit. It's using it here as a resistance and here as a support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times so far. This line, as a matter of fact, should probably even be moved up. Or, no, down. I was wrong. I should move it down here to try to catch these candles. It'll be somewhere right about there. Yep, because it's still holding onto that candle in the back. Perfect. Not good for the broader markets. Not good for the stock market. I could care less. Bring the fucking crash on. Darth Man says, what are your thoughts on AMC being the largest company in the world if it squeezes? The market cap doesn't matter during the squeeze. During the Volkswagen squeeze, for a brief moment in time, Volkswagen hit a $388 billion market cap while it was being traded between the government and the short hedge funds and Volkswagen. They settled for $1,000 a share, and in that brief moment in time, the market cap went to $388 billion, and nobody gave a fuck. Because the market cap doesn't matter during a short squeeze. Gamestop. Let's take a look. Is it moving upwards with that Russell? Well, it's in the Russell 1000. We were just looking at the Russell 2000. But we can go take a look at the RUS. You know what? RU1, actually. You got the value index we can look at, or the growth. I would say it's going to be, growth will probably be a better indicator for us right now. The E-mini, RTY. Let's go with the RLG. Take a peek at that. I think that's going to give us a better signals on the 5 minute. Let's go to the 1 minute here. Oh, well, would you look at this? There we go. That's better. Let's get this trend line out of my way. A bit of a descending channel here on the Russell 1000 growth. Express now down 6 3/4%. Yeah, Jonathan makes a great point. Market cap doesn't matter in a short squeeze play because it's not going to stay at that price. It's like a flash in the pan. Only a handful of people are going to sell at high numbers. Not many people are going to have, well, maybe I shouldn't say that, but people are going to be selling everywhere between low numbers and ridiculously high numbers. There's never going to be a time and point where everybody's selling at the same time, causing the market cap to be a huge issue at that moment. I think it's going to be more based off of the actual share price, the maximum share price. And at some point, if the squeeze gets high enough, I don't see the DTC allowing it to get to 6 figures a share because it would collapse the entire financial system. So they do have to step in at some point. But they would much rather let it shake out than have to jump in. If they can avoid it, they're going to try to avoid it because they don't want to alienate 5 million plus investors that are going to be rich as fuck. Probably another reason why they're working on that new filing, right, Edward? Let me get my stuff out.
Oh yeah, I was AFK.
Oh, that's cool, man. John Stewart ripping the SEC's smear campaign on retail investors. This man is something special. Well, if it ever decides to load. But yeah, that guy's different.
Cyber is a real threat It has
Uh-oh.
continued to escalate. I think
Russia's
information and
talking
trade
about
secrets
consequences
and
of a United
locking
States
down
cyber
your
attack.
employees is really, really important in the corporate space. And this is the caveat. No one's figured this out. Yes, I think corporate America's gotten better. Yes, for the first time in 30 plus years, I think the US government is creating rigor through the RFP process for firms to do business with the government in a way we haven't seen before. But I think just having a truly secure platform that includes cell phones and computers, and now with a dispersed workforce globally, knowing that your employees sitting at home, the security of the router, the security of the Wi-Fi, the security of the laptop and desktop, all those things are real factors now. And this is going to take time and effort and money, but it's getting better. But it's a real risk.
Dale,
Two, I think,
go ahead,
just
please. Keep going.
just the physical security. Again, I'll just frame this and move on. But I think understanding what is the risk of your personnel in Taiwan, what are the risks in your personnel in Hong Kong, and then of course the obvious high-risk markets. The question is, do they need to be there? Should their family be there? What is your exposure? And do you have a real evacuation plan if things go sideways?
Okay, Dale, it's always a pleasure to have you with us and really informative. That's Dale Buckner. He's Global Guardian CEO. Coming up, we go to the Port of Los Angeles.
How was our evacuation plan in Afghanistan? How'd that work out? Afghanis falling out of airplanes. You remember that, those pictures? People holding on to the landing gear of airplanes for dear lives as the plane ascended hundreds of feet into the air, unable to hold on, plummeting hundreds and hundreds of feet to their death. That is the sheer desperation in Afghanistan. Steven Zemke says, hey, remember, they don't burn down buildings for $100 a share. It's a great fucking point, man. Mullen's still down 4.5. MMAT still down 7.5. Redbox, even with the uptick rule where it cannot be shorted, down 5.75. I'm going to take a look at the scanner real quick and see what's going on. Let's see what we're looking on the U.S. movers and shakers. PBTS, of course, Power Bridge Technologies, our star of the day, up 166% still. It's looking an awful lot like AERC did 2 days ago, right, guys? 175% move for the first half of the day, and then shorted for the remainder of the day into the next. eBullion Inc., EBML, is up 65%. Little penny stock. OTC shit. Everything else that I'm seeing here is OTC stuff, except for Applied UV. They're up 47% today on a gap up. Major gap up in the pre-market. That's the kind of pre-market I'm going to expect to see on AMC and Gamestop when they start squeezing. Massive pre-market gap ups. BRQS, Borks Technologies, is up 45%. Pretty strong movements we've seen so far on it. Still looking quite good, 45% strong. View Inc., 41% gains. More penny stock, pink sheet bullshit. Bunch of stocks listed as having clearing issues. Pink stocks, no opening trades. SEC uptick rules in AUVI, for example. No opening trades in AHFD, NGCG. Clearing issues. This product is subject to closing only and can only be closed. WHEN cannot be open. You know, bunch of bullshit. Everything that's highly green is either only a couple heavily shorted stocks, which we could see like PBTS, Power Bridge Technologies, up 166%. And you got like Chum Holdings, but that's a penny stock. It doesn't even matter. Like AUVI, for example, this is also another pretty good quote, up 48% on the day, which had a short squeeze in January of last year as well, in June, from what I remember. Everything else is extremely lackluster. Top losers, OTC bullshit, lots of pink stock. And then we've got, damn, it just continues forever. Top losers, we got NVAX, Novavax, NVAX. They've got a SSR rule in place right now too, in which shorting's not allowed on the uptick, but we always know that it is allowed on the uptake in the name of liquidity for the market maker. Matthew Jackson says, my buddy told me supplies of DEF, which stands for diesel exhaust fluid, will be out in 2 months. And that's absolutely not surprising, my friend. Diesel exhaust fluid is extremely expensive. It used to be, just a year ago, it was, $8, $9 for a gallon. It's now, we're looking at $28, $32 a gallon for diesel exhaust fluid. It's an additive that goes into tractor trailers, straight trucks, things like that. Power units, whatever you want to call them as. So big rigs. And this diesel exhaust fluid is required in all vehicles from, I believe, 2008 and up because of the new emissions regulations. They get shittier gas mileage. They break down more. The DEF is expensive as hell now. It's based off the price of diesel. So as the price of oil goes up, so will the price of DEF. As the price of DEF goes up and supplies from China are limited, the United States oil refineries cannot keep up with our supply. We cannot make enough diesel exhaust fluid. America will not only continue to run lower on the oil supplies that are actually refined and diesel that's actually refined, but the diesel exhaust fluid and other byproducts of oil, including plastics, are going to be harder to come by. And supply and demand dictates that that's going to increase the price. Then you factor in the hyperinflation that's just getting started. And you've got, oh wait, I forgot about, the war and other macro issues that I'm not even going to get into right now. But when you factor all that in together, you've got a global depression that's just getting started. It's an inevitability as well, unfortunately. In the meantime, the Federal Reserve has a $9 trillion balance sheet, and they've not begun to stop quantitative easing, let alone getting to the tapering stage. Novavax is looking pretty strong overall. Let me get out of here and go back to the SPY, see what's happening. Yep, up 0.2, down 0.2% still. It's retesting that 410.35. Broke over 409.75 again. Big Ace in the Discord snagged another 100 calls of AMC. Sold a single put for $13 to get another 100 tomorrow and used the premium to load more calls. Damn, bro. I like it. Best of luck to you. Peace and wealth, my friend. And again, if you didn't see this moments ago, or if you just came into the channel, AMC's cost to borrow maximum has increased from yesterday to 48%. The cost to borrow average has increased from yesterday to 26%. And the cost to borrow minimum has decreased slightly to 6.5%. Short interest change estimated is up almost an entire percentage point, and borrowed shares is almost 3.89 million today, which is more than 2.5 more than were returned. Treasury yields. Thanks to Silverback for posting up Treasury yields. We have an official yield curve inversion. What this means is that the 5-year yield is higher than the 10-year. And they're both creeping up on the 30-year. The 2-year is almost as high as the 5-year as well. And the 2 over 10-year is the yield curve inversion that's most often used by the Fed to signify a recession. Historically, historically almost every time the 5-year inverts over the 10-year, like we've seen happen dozens of times so far this year, and it will continue to exacerbate the problems and continue to have these issues with the yield curve inversion because the Fed cannot lower rates. It will cause the 2-year yield to further increase above the 10 and the 5, much like the 5 is currently sitting above the 10-year yield. Oh shit, there you go guys, now you can see it. 2.83 on the 2-year, 3.08 on the 5-year, which is higher than the 3.05 on the 10-year. 3.08 on the 5-year is catching up to the 3.18 on the 30-year already. And the 2-year only has a short way to go, has about 25 basis points or so to get to the 10-year. Simba, DEF goes not in the actual gas tank, but in a separate tank for the diesel exhaust fluid that's right next to the fuel tanks on these trucks. I'm not sure if you were implying that. I just wanted some people to be aware in case anybody was wondering. It doesn't actually go into the gas. The gas tank, you put it into a separate DEF diesel tank. Qualcomm's up 0.5 percentage point. Nvidia lost all gains today. Nvidia, after being up almost 1%, is losing all its fucking gains for the day. Where's that money going? Affirm is down 8.5%. AMC's down 5.5%. BBBY is down 6.5%. Beyond's down 8.5%. Canagistics is down 12%. Express down 6.5%. GameStop's down 5%. Google is up 0.5 percentage point. But GameStop just made a pretty quick move on some pretty heavy volume upwards, and then seems to be reversing that as of right now. Again, low volume overall. Look at how small the majority of these candles are as well. Lucid Group, 3.5% losses on the day. This is pretty rough for well, not for me, but for people's 401ks and investments that are not properly hedged. Let's say that much. AMC slapping 1280. You know, this guy slapping that ass. Lots G. You make a very good point, my friend. AMC cost to borrow peaked on May 12th last year at 89% before running to $15. It then fell to 5% before running to $77 in June. This is an example of how data can be misinterpreted, but still remains a very bullish indicator. That's exactly right, my friend. Cost to borrow increasing does not mean the squeeze is happening at this very moment. Just yet. AJ asks, could they be covering right now the reason market going down to get to their cost basis? Well, with the stock going down, there's not much closing of positions happening when the stock price is going down. There's no volume really compared to days in which we actually see increases in price. Yeah, you notice today I'm not pulling a lot of TA on AMC. I'm not doing a lot of supports and resistances because I'm watching the SPY. I'm watching the other indices, the Russell 2000, the Russell 1000s and such, to see how they're tracking before I implement more technical analysis. Because if there's just market-wide sell-offs, the TA is not going to make a damn bit of difference. It's just going to continue to go down. And again, those are prime buying opportunities in my opinion. Everybody's going to have their own opinion. And that's why you should do your own due diligence and only do what makes you comfortable, what makes you happy, and whatever your risk tolerance allows.
Hey, boss.
Yeah, brother.
We've got an issue on the YouTube chat, and I DM'd you the problem.
All right, thanks.
I don't want to blast it out there, but it's an issue.
I got you. No worries. People are dumbasses sometimes. I got him. Don't worry about it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could put this line here as the beginnings of a decent channel of some sort of a resistance points as a bull pennant. Actually, you could call this kind of a bearish flag. Whatever you want to fucking call it. Doesn't really matter to me. But we're testing the upper levels of that resistance right now. We tested it once, twice, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if you'd consider those. So let's say 6, 7. About 8 times, about the 8th retest of 1284. Yeah, Martin, we should be all good on that. I don't think that there's anything to worry about anymore. Yeah, Meow Meow asks or says Citadel is trying to bail themselves out by getting additional funds, creating a crypto trading marketplace. Can we discuss? Sure we can. I would say that Citadel is currently in talks, or should I say is working with Fidelity and Schwab, amongst others, to create a cryptocurrency exchange. Looks like I've got competition. I'm not surprised. I'm sure they want to put their hands in the crypto marketplace. They want to expand their reach and make as much money as possible off of retail investors. So I do agree with you, Meow Meow, that it's could even be considered a fundamental shift in their business plan as a way of skewing retail perception to make it seem as if they're not a quote-unquote evil hedge fund, as some people like to say. Let's take a look at what our poll shows right here. We took a poll. We got almost 3,000 votes. 3,000 votes on this poll so far. I asked, does Ken Griffin deserve jail time like Bernie Madoff? Out of the 2,924 votes, 82% of the people said yes. 4% of the people said no, Ken Griffin does not deserve jail time. 4%. 4% out of 3,000 people. And then 13% said, no, Ken Griffin does not deserve jail time like Bernie Madoff. He deserves worse. Those are some strong words, my friends. And that, my friends, is the retail vote. Let's end that poll right there. These bastards don't stand a chance. It's basically Citadel coming to say, let's see if we can resolve our grievances the democratic way. We'll make a cryptocurrency exchange. Come on up here. Let's talk about it. Well, my friends, you've seen the poll. And that, my friends, is the retail vote. Fuck Ken Griffin and the short hedge funds. We're going in for a 9th retest of this level. And I would say our first instinct is it's going to keep us inside here. The algos want to keep us between $12.84 and $12.67 as of the short term. So a breakout here would actually be extremely bullish, although I would suspect that's not what's going to happen. We're probably going to have a false breakout and dump right back into the same channel. The SPY is pumped a little bit to 410.58, trying to have a breakout as well. I doubt that's going to happen. Russell 2000 showing the same, showing an attempted breakout from its downtrend. That's better. I didn't like that one. Yeah, it's gonna come right back down. We want to stay right here in this $12.80 channel for now. I know it seems counterintuitive, but sometimes you just got to go with the flow. We cannot change the market. We can only trade the market. Wow, someone's not happy. Check this out. Only 2 rich countries are not paying all-time highs, according to Bianco Research. The bottom line, what is happening with food and energy prices is far worse than what you see when you look at dollars in the store. This is the cost of Brent crude in Swiss francs and Chinese yuan. They're nowhere near as high as the United States or other European countries. Check this out. There you go. Look at Canadian dollars, Brent crude. Okay, 1. Look at the price in 08 for the francs was very high, and it's much lower now. Same with the yuan, was high, much lower today. This was in 2008 at its high, its peaks. Here in the United States and Canada and Australia, sorry, look at Canadian, at 08, it was lower, much lower than it is today. In Australia, it was much lower than it is today. In New Zealand, it was slightly lower in 2008 than it is today. Looking in euros, here's 2008, and we're about well over 25% higher for the cost of Brent crude. Same with British pounds. 08, 2012, excuse me. And then 2022 is far exceeds the previous all-time highs of the market crash. The Brent crude cost of the Japanese yen in '08 was pretty damn high. And it even still, it's eclipsed by the current prices of Brent crude. Again, look at Swiss francs and look at Chinese yuan. China is buying shitloads of oil from Russia. Switzerland doesn't fare nearly as poorly as the United States done. They've got good reserves. They've got good oil imports. I wouldn't be surprised to see them doing some backdoor dealings with Russia as well. Now, take a look at the Brent crude in dollars. It's not priced in. Watch this. It's not priced in. Here's the 2008 all-time high of Brent crude at $145 and change. As of March, we hit 133 and change, and as of right now, we're at about 126 and change. The United States is still not pricing in the actual low reserves that we have, the low production capacity of oil refineries that we have, and the ever increasing deficit of refined oil production in this country. When food is priced in local currencies of poor countries that are not oil exporters and food exporters, the prices are rising a lot more than what we see in dollars, according to Jim Bianco at Bianco Research on Twitter. Look at the United Nations Food Index in Turkish lira. Through the fucking roof. It's in blue. In Egyptian pounds, it's in gold. In Algerian dinars, it's in red. In euros, it's in blue. And in US dollars, it's in green. The strength of the US dollar is only in comparison to the other fiat. Not to anything else. Not to the value of gold or silver or any other actual asset or tangible good or asset. Appreciate you, Martin. Good looking out on that, brother. But yeah, everything seems to be good now, right? Let me see. And Diamond Hand Yams, I will hit you back after the stream, brother. No worries. We'll see what's good. AMC still hanging out. What were we talking about before I went on that little rant about Brent crude and food? Thanks to Jim Bianco again. We attempted multiple times to get out of this channel, and it's not going to happen. We're going to be between 1280 and 1265 for the foreseeable short while. So we're just going to let that show. I'm not too worried about any of that right now. Hey. My little one wants to come in and play. I feel bad saying no, but I'll definitely play with her this afternoon again. Take her outside and have a good time. Finally, a sunny day. Nothing's moving. Everything is just in a state of disarray. Firm holdings down almost 9%. It's a bit of a boring one, to be honest with you. And that's all right. They can't all be killers of a day. And you know what? Who wants to see the reverse repurchase for today? The reverse repurchase program for today is at an all-time high. $2,142,318,000,000 in reverse repurchase overnight bailouts from 101 counterparties. 101 counterparties took over $2.14 trillion to the Fed and said, please help us. We're fucking broke. If we don't give you this money, we're going to lose so much to inflation that we're going to get margin called. Take this and we will buy these treasuries from you. And tomorrow, please buy it back from us. We only need a 0.80% interest rate. And that's what happens. The next day, the Fed comes back, gives the bank their money back with a 0.80% APR. And the banks give the shit, the paper that means absolutely nothing, these U.S. Treasuries, notes, back to the Fed. Then the Fed can then take and sell those at auction. And tomorrow, the Fed will print more fake paper. And those fake paper notes will be given to those banks to bail them out again tomorrow for another 2.1 trillion plus. Gotta love it. That's amazing. Shit like this is the only thing keeping these stocks from squeezing right fucking now. Shit like this. And at some point, just like it did September 17th of 2019, when the RRP program started to explode and the cost to borrow went from half a percentage point up to over 11%, when we start seeing things like that, it will be the absolute destruction of all shorts and short hedge funds. Yes, Stephen Grimes, this is the second time we've had 101 counterparties. The only other time we had 101 counterparties was on the end of last month, which would be May 31st. And that was because at the last day of the month will almost always be the highest for the reverse repurchase program and the number of counterparties because they need more participants. More participant banks will jump in order to cook their books and skew the numbers, make sure everything looks clean at the end of the month. So the last day of every month will always, until the market crashes, be the highest of the reverse repurchase program. You'll see that if you go look at it on a chart. This is only the second time we've ever had 101 counterparties. Yesterday we had 98 counterparties, which was the day before was also 98. And at the beginning of this week, we were barely above 2 trillion, 2.01, and then we saw 2.04, and then yesterday we saw 2.09, and today, just a matter of a few days after the executive order of June 3rd, we're now at $2.142 trillion in RRP. Massive, massive amounts of fucking bailouts happening. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Because it shows me that even though the stock price is going up, the cost to borrow is going up, the shares on loan is going up, the short interest is going up. We're having a repeat of January and May and June of 2021. Hey, Paul Baker. That's Pink Floyd, brother. I don't know if you're not old enough to know about Pink Floyd, but this is the dark side of the moon hat, my friend. Because that's where we're fucking going. To the dark side of the fucking moon. And I'm wearing it till we get there. This is my space helmet. I'm a fucking Mo-astronaut. Phenomenal. I'm going to take a look at my macro lists and see what's popping right now, what we're looking at. The NDX is down 0.2% still. Just go take a look at the actual NASDAQ itself. So let's take a look at their stock. NDAQ 154.66. Let's go. Back to the 100 and actually the biotech. Better yet, the vol Q. The VIX futures for the NASDAQ 31.35, up 0.16% on the futures for the NASDAQ. That's not much of a movement. Meanwhile, the NDX and the NDXT are down -0.2 and -0.4 respectively. Redbox is attempting a breakout. What else is? Sure as shit isn't Mullen. Things barcoding so hard. It's like a fucking sound wave. Yeah, it's going to be a low volume type of day here. Even Netflix down 3% at the moment. The Russell 2000's still down 0.7%. Okay. Man, that's looking nasty. Look at the Russell 2000 index. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 massive red candles on the 1 minute to bring it down to 1877. Arc Innovation extending their losses, though, down 4%. That's pretty rough. Here's Virtue CEO Doug Sifu. Pretty much talking about being able to create synthetic
and very
shares.
transparent about providing that level of data. So what that means is, in the 8,000 names, to the extent there's not liquidity on a lit exchange, fundamentally the wholesalers are providing infinite liquidity at the NBBO or the inside price. So if we not liquidity on a lit exchange, fundamentally the wholesalers are providing infinite liquidity at the NBBO or the inside price. So if we get an order for 1,000 shares in Reg NMS stock that no one's ever heard of, and there's 200 shares on NASDAQ in New York, we fill out 1,000 shares at that inside price. That's meaningful liquidity. 55% of the orders that we received, Bob, we provide size improvement. In a complete, as he calls it, an auction environment, who's going to provide that? The liquidity fairy? To what we call size improvement. And we've been very
They won't need to improve the size. It's just bad for business. They don't give a shit about us. They can provide infinite liquidity. From the liquidity fairy, as he liked to say. That's a great point, Corey. Definitely deserves a retweet on that, my brother. Even Unusual Whales is on top of it. Reverse repos by the Federal Reserve hit 2.142 trillion, a new record. No tapering happening here, my friends. No reduction in quantitative easing happening here. State Street is not pursuing the Credit Suisse deal. Much like we told you yesterday that they would not be buying that garbage company. Because Credit Suisse has way too much fucking debt on their hands and bad bets. Japes, yeah, how about they actually have the shares they're selling on hand? Wouldn't that be nice? That would be phenomenal. Meanwhile, Russia is pounding its way through multiple fronts of eastern Ukraine. Now in the hills overlooking the Seversky Donetsk River near Lyman, the outgunned defenders are trying to hold back the Russian onslaught. $2.14 trillion in reverse purchase. Insane. I'm not even going to read this to you guys. Basically, it says when investors are inclined to speculate, they tend to be indiscriminate. Money easing equals favorable trading conditions. And again, if you're just joining us, the cost to borrow max is up to 48% on AMC. Cost to borrow average is now 30.73%, up from earlier today and up from yesterday's 24% average. And the cost to borrow minimum is decreased slightly to 6.5. But the short interest change is up 1.5 percentage points. Earlier today, we looked at this data and it was up 0.86. The short interest change has doubled in a matter of a couple hours. The cost to borrow max has increased to 48%, which was at 12% just last week. It's great fucking news. A stellar 30-year auction sees buyers emerge ahead of Friday's CPI. No surprise there. 101 counterparties on that reverse repo overnight. Look at how many people are fucking reporting about this because it's huge news and everybody knows it. Everybody knows the RRP is a sign of liquidity issues in our country, in our financial markets. And despite the 3.185% yield, the 30-year coupon was still below 3%. Oops. The U.S. 30-year bond auction, the United States sold $19 billion worth of 30-year bonds at a high yield of 3.185. Wow. Sergio says my rent increased $250. GME stock split says just bought 30 shares. I was scared the price would not come down again. People are FOMO buying as the price comes down. People are scared that the price was getting higher because they want to buy more. That's the kind of dedication that these apes have. That's the kind of thing that scares the shit out of market makers. They cannot get themselves out by reducing the share price. 90% of the float is owned by over 4 million retail investors. 90% of all shares that are supposed to be in existence. The reason we're here is because we have seen proof of potentially billions and billions of synthetic shares and naked shorts and rehypothecations, shorts marked as long, married puts, divorced puts, and the list goes on. I don't even have to get into ISDA contracts and swaps, otherwise I'll never stop talking. More members of the White House press team are quitting as Biden's approval rating is hitting record lows. I'm not surprised in the slightest. Take a look at this. Trump's job approval poll average in red was consistently around 46 to 38 here. Biden's job approval data average started much higher, above 56, and is currently at 39.70 and continuously dropping. There you go. And our economy was actually strong with Trump. Again, I'm not a Trumpster, I'm not a Biden supporter, I'm not a Bernie supporter, I can give a fuck about any of them. But people are feeling the heat. They're feeling the pain everywhere we go and everywhere we're spending money. Greg Leach says, I found this channel last week. I bought over 1,500 shares of AMC since last week. This is legit. I'm on board. Well, my friend, I'm glad you did your due diligence. Welcome to the cash cartel. Welcome to the retail whale. We are the fucking whale. AMC retested the bottom of that channel. Look at that, 1264. Okay, I guess what we drew earlier is definitely ringing true so far. This is a downward trend. I'm not going to give it a name. I don't want to call it bearish or bullish right now because it's just consolidation at this moment. And we'll see what a breakout is. If the market crashes, it'll break to the downside. If margin call defaults happen, it'll break to the upside. Who the fuck am I to decide on exactly what's going to happen next? No one will know exactly. We can only estimate and take an educated guess. Gamestop's at 129.84. We drew this channel very early in the day. Actually, it's from yesterday. That's why. GameStop appears to be the same as AMC as far as in terms of movements so far. Let's see. See if we can put something together here. Yeah. This is like a descending wedge. It's kind of hard to make a reading on this one here. Yeah, it's a descending channel. This one here from earlier has just got to go. It's just fucking confusing the shit out of me. We could even grab it from way back here, which is what we should do. We'll hit the wicks. Hit the wicks on those, and we're good. Yep, I was right, because we can also grab it back here. There we go.
The market looks like shit.
No kidding. Looks like complete dog shit, doesn't it?
It's like someone voted for Joe Biden.
It looks like
I
Joe.
know him.
It looks like Sleepy Joe's approval rating.
Yeah.
That's fucking great. Yeah, we're gonna hang out for a while. Google lost its gains. Google is no longer green on the day. One of the sole green stocks that was not a meme stock is now going negative. Affirm Holdings is now down 9.4%. We've been watching this stock closely all day. See the ARK Investment ETF, 43.93 right now, and just taking quite a beating. On 4.5% itself, the entire ETF. Atarian down 6, Bed Bath & Beyond down 7.5%, Beyond Meat still 8.5%, DoorDash 7% losses. Express, heavily shorted meme stock, 7% down. GME 6.8. Goldman Sachs, the bank, is down almost 2% now.
Cheers.
Cheers, motherfucker. We're gonna be fucking rich.
So goddamn rich.
I love it when people come in here and then act like I'm upset that the price is going down. Oh, that's the greatest, isn't it, brother? Like they just assume that the price going down is a bad thing for us, when in reality they have no idea what's happening.
And they're so cool. You have new people joining. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's always nice to see.
They're so lucky.
The CEO of Trafigura is now warning that crude oil prices could catapult to over $150 a barrel.
200 soon. It's going to get way worse.
Yep. This is Trafigura's $150 price target. Sure seems to be tracking up there pretty easily, huh? Doesn't seem to be working very hard to get there.
Well, is the Russia-Ukraine war over yet? No.
Has China backed off Taiwan yet?
No.
Has Iran been firing missiles into Israel and other countries in the Middle East?
Boy.
Indeed. Is the Iran nuclear deal going to pass?
Yeah, did that work out?
You may laugh my ass off on that one. I'm choking on my own fucking herb. Now, what happens when prices go up? Does demand drop? Nope. Take a look at this. This is a 4-week rolling average of gasoline demand. The demand for fuel hasn't dropped at all. Not at all. It's catching up to the 5-year average, as Memorial Day traveling does play a factor into this. And what this means?
Oh,
Go ahead.
let them eat cake.
Let them eat cake.
Let them drive a Tesla.
They need higher prices for demand to destroy demand. The only way to destroy demand of oil is to increase prices more. The World Bank, the IMF, and OPEC have all cut global economic forecasts for the year and raised inflation estimates due to soaring energy costs. In other words, stagflation could be arriving. A stagnant economy and global economy, while inflation continues to rise. This is the Fed's worst nightmare.
It'll be worse than 1970.
It'll be worse than 1929 meets 1970 meets 2008 wrapped into a fucking tortilla. That's one spicy taco. Let's scroll back up here, check out AMC. Still at 1262. Man, I'm so glad I held on to some of my fucking cash. But look, we're at the lower end of that channel. I like it a lot. Oh, I love that sound. Let me place one more. Damn it, stop going up. I'm trying to fucking place an order, you piece of shit. Chill, AMC, chill. Stop going up, damn it. Yes, the bid ask is slightly down. Let's see if we can capitalize. I can capitalize on that. Fuck it. Come on, cool off there, baby. Don't get too far ahead of me. We saw a new low today of 1257 just moments ago, which is outside of the channel in which we've been trading. And it's stuck right now. It's not moving. It's at 1267.
Oh my god, dude! SPY
I know.
hit a low and it bounced off of 408. Isn't that crazy?
It's phenomenal, man. Are you kidding me?
Bro, speaking of meme stocks, you know what's holding up pretty well?
GME and AMC.
That and Bros.
Bros is doing really nicely.
Dude,
still. Dutch Brothers.
It's like the meme stock saga, bro.
2.25%
They've been
increase.
shorting all these things all together, and they can't hold them down.
And little by little, there's just like little, like they're sneezing here and there. Oh shit, you know, like.
Yep.
We let out a sneeze. Grab the tissues. We gotta clean this mess up.
Dude, Amy is gonna run probably in after hours. Look
Got
at
some
the
more fucking orders in.
look.
Woo!
Is that like a big?
Damn, that's hot.
Chicken 1 hour. Hey, okay, do you have your RSI opened up?
Yep.
Look at the 1 hour. I think you're gonna see probably a neutral day tomorrow. Or a sell-off day. Because it's usually gets oversold.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frustrating. But if you see do you see the Amy's fractal? Look at the 1 hour. You see how it's forming the tower? Like it's the head and shoulder, but it's tower. If you look at the 1 hour.
AMC. Let me take a look. I see Bros is looking strong there. AMC. Looking at it right now, we're back into the oversold territory we were when we were starting our movement from $11.77 to $14.25. We're at the same level back then, bro. Good observation. The RSI is the same place that it was back then, but we're at a higher delta right now.
Yep.
That's great observation, Ed. Nice.
Let's fucking go.
This is fucking good to see. Come on, what the fuck's with my orders? Let's see, Jimmy's looking the same. I don't even have to go to it to see it. There it is. Dude, the IWM is extending its fucking losses now. The ETF's now down 1.15%. And the SPY's down 0.5 percentage point now? What the fuck? It cannot make up its mind, huh? 408.98. Still between that 408 to 410 channel. Wow. It couldn't keep above 410 or 409.80. That's insane. Well, it's not insane. It's actually, it makes quite good sense. And it's just about, I'm just thinking that because it's about fucking time. Let's put it that way. That's what I really want to say. It's about fucking time. But look at this. On the 5 minute. On the 5 minute candles on the SPY. That channel's a lot
boss, I'm gonna
steeper.
share my screen. I'm gonna show you something.
Yeah, let's do that. I want to see what you got over there too. This is
I was a bit off in terms of timing, but it's still playing out the same thing.
Hold your horses, my brother. I'm coming. On the way.
So it's still doing the fractal, but it's this part is just lower.
Hang on one second. I'm pulling up the screen right now.
Sure.
There it is.
That's what I'm watching for. So I thought it would move faster, right? But this zone, apparently, if I adjust it, it would correct the error.
Jay Douglas is saying, look at the chart from Monday. We were playing the exact same day on the 1 minute. He says, I think we start a rip tomorrow. Brother, that wouldn't surprise me in the fucking slightest. That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I'd just be like, yep, let's go.
Do you see my screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at your screen right now, brother. Let's see. What do you got here? Explain this to the people, please, because I know I've seen it several times. What about you?
So I already explained it on Twitter, but it's the same iteration that's going on.
Explain it here, people. You know, there's a lot of people here that are not on Twitter.
So you grab the bars pattern from what, May 18? Yeah, May 18th to May 31st. You have the same iteration that's going on right now. You have the same iteration. This is like so what I have here is the iteration that happened on July 21st to August 24th, 2021. This is the same iteration 3 times, called the triple claw. The triple claw algo, whatever you want to call it.
See it.
When this triple claw finishes, so these 3 points, they're on a trend line. They follow and they bounce every single time. For some reason, though, this one wants to go really close. I don't know if it will bounce, like if it will just bounce off of that. Yeah.
I see what you mean. That's quite the resist. That's the daily, isn't it, right here?
I'm on the 1 hour, on 30 minutes. Sorry.
30 minutes. Okay.
So,
I see the days down here. Okay, I see you.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. This is May, mid-May, late May, and a few days ago, June 7th. And now, June 9th, we are pretty much, like you said, like following that level.
So we
Very good.
according to this,
Yep.
we're around like this part.
Man,
Like we're
that's what I'm fucking
we're
talking
in the
about.
eclipse zone.
Man, don't stop talking. Keep it going. Tell me more.
So I mean, originally I thought like we would go right here, like earlier. I thought we would go like June 2nd. I had like right here. Apparently they extend. So they squeezed this part. They squeezed this iteration. So the mid-center point that was extended, they squeezed that. They made a quick little run to 16. You guys remember that day?
Yep, good stuff.
And then they made this section longer. So it's a lot longer than the normal carrot. It's just a little bit longer. Let me see if this lines up. See, this part took a lot longer for some reason. That's why it's harder to calculate. I can grab that part out, but whatever, it's fine.
Great.
But yeah, I think it's when it's done doing. Let's see. So it's done the first push down right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what's gonna happen probably tomorrow, we're gonna have that push up, and then Monday, maybe it's gonna push down, or tomorrow's gonna be like, tomorrow might be something like that, and then Monday's gonna be that.
I would presume that they would want to bring the price down as much as possible tomorrow, Friday the 10th, to prevent all of those June 10th options that are near the money from going into the money. You know, max pain.
Yeah, that could be a possibility.
If there were to be a movement, why wouldn't they save it till Monday? If they can, extend it a little bit. If they can push it back. Or at least, maybe even a week later, if they're able to. It's all about the liquidity.
Yeah. So if we get something like, I think it's a little earlier actually. So if we get like, see the bottom, it bottoms out right here. Actually, like, can I switch?
Hey, Jay
That's
Douglas,
fine.
also want to say thanks for your support, my brother. We appreciate you here in the think tank, and it's a pleasure to have you. It's a pleasure to be here with every single one of you. I feel like we're all just kind of hanging out, discussing this situation, and sharing knowledge together, you know. So I feel like I'm practically sitting right next to most of you guys, you know. If you drop a line in the Discord, YouTube, Twitter, it's absolutely a blessing to be here.
They wanted to be so goddamn rich.
Hey, Cash.
Yeah, even
how many people were
even
telling you to
places
sell
that
your
do-
Bitcoin when you were picking it up for fucking a couple bucks? How many people were telling you that Bitcoin was a scam?
That's true.
Or
Yep.
Same thing. Gasparino and all the other mainstream media trying to convince you that AMC and GameStop are a scam.
Yeah, I wonder why.
okay, boss, this I think shows a much more in detail what might happen. So you see these points right here?
Yeah, I'm looking.
There's a point right here, and it's playing out the other part. There's a point right here, and it's playing out this part. So tomorrow we could get this part right here starting. It could be the flush for tomorrow.
I better save a few
What's the
bucks
max
in case we go
pain?
down, because I'll be more than happy to pick up some more if we do.
It's like iterating like the same like the same thing. Like this one was fast. Like look at this. This is like 2 days, and then 1 day of inverse on the algorithm.
Yep.
Then it did the little loop, and then did the opposite loop of that. And then it just shot up. I don't know why this level, the 1665, what was it, 62? Why was it at 1662 that they stopped it, and they started pushing it down instantly? But I think we're tomorrow we might get a pop. I think it's gonna start maybe running after hours.
I could
Let
go
me
with that,
see.
man.
How does
If
it
it
look?
does,
How
I'm
does it
more
look?
than happy to see that.
Yep. Yeah, look at this. So you have, oh my, this is so stupid. Hey, look, it's playing out on the 1 minute. So if I bring this out and put it back to back,
Just for everybody's
look
update,
at the 1 minute.
real quick, AMC's at 1273, getting tighter within the consolidation channel. It is now down to a 8-cent spread within this channel, and we are breaking down beneath and above the channel. We're going to be looking for some sort of a breakout movement, either to the upside or the downside here shortly. Go ahead, Ed.
So boss, look
Yep.
at this. This is your AMC on the 30-minute on the right-hand side here.
Mhm.
I'm showing from TradingView. Give me a second. Look what it's doing on the 1 minute.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking at it right now as well.
So it's
5-minute
playing this algorithm right here where it does like it shorts down, tests it, shorts it again, retests it, and this is basically an inverse head and shoulder.
Oh, I
pattern.
see what you're saying. Yeah,
So
all we
what
got to
I'm-
do is
what
come
I'm
back
gonna
up to
look
complete
forward-
the shoulder, technically.
Right. So it
yep.
would have to do a loop one more time, and this
Yeah.
would cause a run. This would
Could.
actually cause a run.
That could be an indication
So
of a
it
run,
would
not necessarily
inverse
a cause.
and it would head back into 13.
I would say more of an indication. Less causing, more indicating. It's more of a
Yeah.
bullish trading signal, less of an indirect cause, right? I just want to be clear for some people because the wording that we use must be chosen carefully sometimes.
So what I'm looking for here, boss, is this little move right here, and possibly retest the zone. So if it wraps around here, then does the little retest, and
A
maybe
retest
one
of
more
the
time.
next resistance levels.
It does a little, yeah, maybe like a W, and then it goes off.
Based on this pattern alone, yeah, it does not look. Look at the flags that we've got here. Let's even back out to the 1 hour.
You're gonna see this retest. I
So
mean,
we
the
have a
algorithm repeats itself consistently. Like, look, we
flag
have one
here.
right here too.
A very bullish flag here. Across the 1 hour.
So 1305, possibly in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'm observing.
Redbox is making an attempt for some positive movement. Meanwhile, Google lost all its gains. Harley Davidson lost its gains. Nutrien is up 1.97%. Qualcomm lost half of its gains. It's only up 0.16. Redbox, after being down pretty heavily today to under $8.88, is now appears to be having some really positive delta hedging, actually. On the 1 minute chart, you can see huge volume candles bringing us all the way to the $10.10 mark on Redbox. These candles had a volume. Previously, we were seeing 1 minute volume candles of 200 volume, 3,300 volume, 400 volume, and then we hit 11,000 volume, 5,000, and 15,000 volume on Redbox. 4,600 volume, and now we're seeing some red candles and 79, 2,200, etc., 3,200. The Vortex indicator, as a matter of fact, one of my favorites, thanks to you, Edward. The oscillations of the bullish, VI plus, the bullish volume is huge. There's a lot of buying pressure going on here, even still. And the RSI is at like 50. It's like right in the middle right now. So Redbox has a lot of opportunity to keep going higher if it's allowed to do so by whatever entities are trading it at this moment, which is computers, not really people.
Yep, that's right.
The SPY is actually still at 408.70, kind of trying to retest those supports once again. It looks like might come down for another attempt and see if they can maintain that support level. Ooh.
Yeah, it depends. So it depends where they, unless they
Whoa.
If they want to do a head and shoulders off of this, and then it creates a W. So it depends what the algorithm is playing out. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, we don't know what it's going to do, people. We're just analyzing what it's doing. That's the point.
Yep.
Technical
So
analysis is not
I
everything,
could
but it's
make
a
that
tool.
red.
So we've got to use every tool we've got. The VIX is standing strong at 2.88%, long and strong.
Wake up, Mace. Wake up.
It's like you're punching it right now. Like, come on, what the fuck?
See, look at that. Look at that, boss. Like, it's like, oh, is it gonna do the red part now? And then it fakes out, and then it does it again. It was green like up here. It's like, oh, it's gonna go up. No, it fakes out again. It's like, are there computers watching our streams?
Well, we know, as a matter of fact, that Citadel and other hedge funds are watching our social media. They're watching our Twitter.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
watching our YouTube and Reddit and everything else in between. That's why the name meme stocks originated, because people started making memes to share information on the stock.
Exactly.
Because they could not be tracked by these guys. The bots that read things on Reddit and Twitter cannot read meme stocks, or should I say memes of meme stocks, and that's how they got their name. Even though assholes like this have turned it into a way to discourage other investors by making it seem like we're all a bunch of basement-dwelling teenagers, when in reality we know that's not the fucking case. That's probably why this guy has aged like 30 years in the last 18 months.
Yeah. He's gonna be older than Kenny G. Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, that's probably why he's been traveling across the country and across the world at a feverish pace with no rhyme or reason. Pretty cool, man. Thanks for sharing that with me, Ed.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Definitely looks good.
Oh, right when I end it, it starts pulling up. Amazing.
No worries. That's usually how it goes.
Oh man, yeah, I think it's ready to do something right now.
Speaking of that, Redbox is retesting the high of 1010. She's going in for another movement.
Share it in the comments, like, stop with the hopium. What hopium?
Oh,
Lily
that's
gave two options that are very
exactly.
viable
You're
with
like,
the algo.
it's going up like this or it's going down like this. Where the fuck's the hopium? Jesus Christ.
It's actually pretty funny. Oh, we got a surge of volume coming. 150,000. 154,000 on that candle. Yep, here it goes. It's trying to push up.
Which, yeah, 1013 is making new highs right now. After having after starting off the day significantly down. It was down as low as 888. Talk about getting pushed. It gapped down in the morning and just got pushed down with the entirety of the market. It's at 1018 and still making new highs.
That's right.
Redbox. Unbelievable. You got to remember, people, this game, it's not a game. This is people's financial future. Do not invest more than you're willing to lose. This is not financial advice. There are many heavily shorted stocks out there, including precious metals. They don't all move at the same time. You have to watch the patterns. Jonathan says, yeah, joke's on Kenny. I don't even have a basement. Oh, shit. Oops. So there's an educational website called goldenomic.com. I don't know if you guys have ever seen me bring this up in the channel, but basically, here's a quick explanation. What is a derivative? It's a time bomb, an accident waiting to happen. A financial instrument whose value is derived from an underlying asset. The U.S. paper dollar is a derivative. Its value was once derived from gold or silver, which was then lawful money. It was held at the United States Treasury in the form of, and gold or silver coins had minted and placed in circulation. Decades ago, before the 70s, you could take your paper dollar to the bank and demand a coin of precious metals. This is actually quite old. The notional value of derivatives market at that point was $1.4 quadrillion dollars. $1.4 quadrillion dollars, which is $144 trillion. Derivatives are derived from underlying assets like your homes, your debt, and a derivative is not an asset. It's in reality nothing. It's an imaginary security of no value that banks trade as a gentleman's bet on the value of future risk and securities. Let's say you and I want to bet on whether our neighbor Joe will default on his mortgage. Is the bet an asset? No. Does it have any real value? No. Both register as a definite no. That's the equivalent of a derivative. It's a bet. And there's no value there. Well, let's take a look at the most recent Office of the Comptroller of the Currency quarterly report on bank trading derivatives. They tell us specifically trading revenue by banks in the second quarter of 2021 decreased by 40.9% compared with the $13.6 billion reported in the second quarter of 2020. Stimulus printing and bailouts are almost over. They still get the RRP. They still get a lot of other, the $9 trillion asset sheet. But as of right now, printing more, for example, the 40% of all US dollars in existence that we printed in the last 18 months, that's definitely been scaled back. The four largest banks hold 88.7% of all total banking industry notional amounts of derivatives out of 1,372 banks and savings institutions that held derivatives. Those derivative contracts remain concentrated in interest rate products, which represent almost 73% of the total derivative notional amounts. The percentage of things traded on lit markets is only 39.5%. That means 61.5% of all trades, is happening in dark pools as of the second quarter of 2021. This distorts price discovery. This is price suppression, market manipulation. But here, again, high volatility is represented by the VIX, which is associated with increased equity trading volume, which drives increased bank and holding company equity trading revenue. The figure illustrates that there was an extended period of low volatility from following the end of 2008, continued until the late first quarter of 2020. In mid-March of 2020, volatility spiked as financial markets reacted to fears over the potential impact of the CV-19 bullshit. The VIX exceeded its previous highs from the 2008 financial crisis before settling back to a more normal level. Yeah, the VIX went to an all-time high of like 92. notional amount of derivative contracts. Let's start with centrally cleared derivative as a percentage of total. You can see here only 2 to 3%. Well, look at here, 2021, second quarter. Only 3.3% of all precious metal trades are happening on lit markets. 3%, guys. So 97% of all trades almost are on dark pools.
Collusion.
Exactly. Equity. All equities, only 22% is traded on lit markets. Forex. Only 2% of Forex trades happen, and derivative contracts, are cleared on lit exchanges and lit markets. Only 50% of interest rate products are cleared on lit markets. 35% of credit default swaps, 14% of total other are cleared on lit markets. Here's the 4 banks dominate in the derivatives market. This is in billions of dollars.
Let me guess.
Well, you guess who? Who's our top 4, Cash?
Yeah, I wonder who it could be.
They have
JP Morgan. And who else?
Well, we've got our top dogs. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, and I think Wells Fargo's in 5th. We've got one more in there in 4th. Citibank. Take a quick peek here. JP Morgan Chase has $53 trillion in total derivatives. This is in millions of dollars, so you got to multiply 53 million by a million. They only have $3 trillion in assets. And this is only the top, this is their bank. This does not include their holding company. Here's their holding company. They've got an additional $52.8 trillion in derivatives and only $3.6 trillion in assets. Citigroup's holding company has $44 trillion in derivatives and $2.3 trillion in assets. Their bank has $47.7 trillion in derivatives and only $351 billion. I'm sorry, that's Goldman Sachs. $47.7 trillion in derivatives for Goldman Sachs and only a measly $351 billion in assets.
Over-leveraged much?
No kidding. Citibank's looking the same with $43 trillion. Bank of America's not far behind with $18 trillion here and another additional $35 trillion overseas in their holding companies.
Yeah, no wonder they're giving out warnings.
Yep. The top 25 holding companies have $244 trillion in total notional derivatives. The top 25 banks have an additional $182 trillion in total derivatives. You got to add them up. And that's just the top 25 banks and their holding companies. That doesn't include the other 1,300 plus institutions. So as you can see, it's an absolute exorbitant amount of money that these guys don't have. This is the notional amounts of commodity and equity contracts by maturity. 2021 is on the right. It is an all-time high of 1,500 billions. So trillions and trillions of dollars now in the Q2 because these are toxic derivatives. They have to make more. They have to make more. They have to rehypothecate. It's the only way to prevent them from actually losing this money. And as soon as the bubble bursts, so will these toxic derivatives. This is the notional amounts of contracts for precious metals. The notional amounts. From 2001, we had around $3 billion. Today, there's over $78 billion worth of these notional derivatives contracts for the precious metals market. Manipulation at its finest. Interest rate and Forex and gold. At one point, we were at 50 trillion in 2001. Today we're at 50 trillion, 50 billions. Let's do this. Makes things easier. 50,000 times 1 billion. Yep. $50 trillion back then. And now, well, 2021, we're looking at $140 trillion. That's insane. Just for interest rate products. And then if you look at Forex and gold, we were at around $5 trillion in 2001. We were at $12 trillion in Forex and gold derivatives in 2008. And as of today, we're at $38 trillion. This is why this shit is inevitable. Charge-offs by banks and holding companies in 2008 and 2010 skyrocketed as the Fed printed out $32 trillion in the 2 years after 2008 for central banks and other banks around the world. And that, my friends, is direct to you from the United States Office of the Comptroller of the Currency quarterly report on bank trading and derivatives activities from the second quarter of 2021.
Nasty and filthy.
Short hedge funds and banks are fucked. Plain and simple.
Well, we're gonna be rich. Thank you.
Thank you. But would you look at that? AMC has broken its channel. Almost. I need to zoom out. Let's go out to the 5 minute. That's going to come back in. It's going to want to come back in. Yeah, it's definitely going to want to come back down, but we'll see what happens. Because I can't read the future, that's for sure. I can just guess. Jack Wolf says, "What's up, Cash?" People are happy to see you.
Yo.
Let's see what Kazi's got to say on Twitter. It's a pretty good one. XRT, the Spider S&P Retail ETF, always has some of the highest short interest in the market. Always. But as of right now, it is showing 481% shares sold short on the XRT ETF. Direction Daily, FTSE China Bull 3X ETF is up 68%. Oil, Gas, and Exploration ETF, XOP, is up 59% as far as shares percentage short right now. Home Builders, XHB ETF, shares percent short is 49.5. Regional Banking, ETF KRE, shares percentage short is 48%. Almost. and the iShares Russell 2000 is showing a 42.5 shares sold short percentage. So what you see on IWM, and this is just based off reported data, is showing about 42% shorted influence. It's really, this is nothing new to me, but a lot of people are still figuring it out. Triple QE, direction NASDAQ 100 equal weighted. Not surprised. Any of the triple Qs are going to be sold short right now. Let me check out and see what the hell Bloomberg's
or the
discussing right
Italian
now.
yield curve rises by 20 basis points, people get nervous, and then it stabilizes over the next few weeks until the ECB makes its next hawkish move. And eventually you have Goldman Sachs already calling for 250 basis point, followed by a 25 basis point, then eventually to 1.75 basis point. We don't know where the neutral rate is, but it's not the worst call ever.
Yeah, we saw that from Goldman in September and I think October and further later on out into this year, Sebastian, so you're spot on. Talk to us about sort of the currencies, the euro now in the face of some of this hawkishness, but the massive dollar strength that we've seen as of late in the face of some big hawkishness as well from the Federal Reserve.
It's a big problem. It's not only a problem for the U.S. Essentially, the rest of the world has taken advantage of the U.S. on an enormous basis for decades by enormous rise of emerging market reserves, particularly in China, but it's not the only one. And then eventually the Eurozone, the Swiss, others, Sweden, have come in with negative interest rates, and it has many impacts. But one of the key impacts it has is, of course, to weaken the currency. So that's not acceptable, particularly within the war. And so the ECB very quickly moves out of negative interest rate because there's some people who in the back who are shouting very loud. But the problem is that the dollar is just very strong, and it's also bad for the European because their currency is so weak that they import a lot of inflation. Euro dollar should probably, if things were a little bit more rational, between 120 to 130. It isn't there yet, and because we have this pressure on the periphery, euro dollar is actually a little bit lower on the back of this today. So it's not comfortable. You are importing inflation. They need to be more hawkish on Europe, and it's not a sustainable thing.
30 seconds, Sebastian. We going to parity?
No, I don't think so, because the Europeans and as well as the Americans are going to get very excited about this. They need to push euro dollar higher to deal with inflation. It's politically unacceptable either from a European point of view or from a U.S. point of view. But I think everybody will nonetheless be sure to focus on the parity.
Sebastian, it's always great to get your take. We thank you. Working late for us, Sebastian Galli, Nordea Bank Senior Macro Strategist. Stay well. Meanwhile, S&P 500 has been under pressure. Is it the yield story? Is it, of course, the move that we saw in European debt, Taylor, that really pushed yields in the US once again to a certain degree?
Yeah, good question when we're thinking about some of the peripheral bond yields here and sort of the move higher and maybe some thoughts of further spread compression. This is Bloomberg.
Fucking Bloomberg. The Kospi. Flat. Hang Seng down 0.66%, it looked like, for over in Asia. Yep, and the SPY's hanging on desperately to 408, guys. Look at that. 408.42, 407.88. You know what? I'm not sure yet, but I'm not seeing AMC following the SPY anymore. Edward, can you take a look at it if you get a chance? Martin, Cash, whenever you guys feel like it. But it seems to have diverged off of the action of what we were seeing on the SPY for quite some time now, at least the last half hour. Because the SPY is still on a downtrend. It's at 407.88 was our low. Right now, 408.24 on the SPY. Oh, shit. Let me see here. Jay Douglas, thank you very much, sir. appreciate you. Said I tagged you on Twitter, screenshot of my chart. I appreciate you, brother. Stop super chatting me, Jay Douglas. I truly appreciate it. I'll go check on it. I try to read all the comments, but you can see how fast they're scrolling. I can't get to every single one of them. I will definitely check it out, though, of course. Let me see how many notifications I have. Get that out of my way for now. I've been tagged quite a bit, my friend. I'm not sure. Let's see, just updated. AMC done. And just like that, the cost to borrow on AMC is back up according to iBorrowDesk, now at 21.3% as of 2:15 Eastern Time. Very nice. My wife's boyfriend is lending me his size improvement. I love that. Randall Cornett. Excellent. Thanks, Randall. Shared along the China's Futures and Derivatives Law. Ed, a.k.a. Ooga Booga, showing us the percentage fee and available shares to borrow. Logic Games, thanks for your support, brother. Appreciate you. $21.25. People are saying 25% now. It's at 25% now. I keep getting that. Let's go to iBorrowDesk right now. We just check it. I was looking for the tweet that this guy, that Jay Douglas said he had mentioned me in, but unfortunately I've got a lot of tags, so it is hard to see exactly which one. Yep. $25. There you have it, folks. Now that's for iBorrowDesk. iBorrowDesk.com. As you can see, like everything else in the market, it has an ebb and a flow. We went from, let's go back in time. Let's go to June 3rd. The date of the implementation of the executive order, the borrow fee jumped from the prior day 4% to 8% on June 3rd, the date of executive order. It rose to 9.8 that same day, 10.4, 10.6. Then on 6/6, it stayed at 10.6 and dropped to 7.2, increased to 8.2, 8.6, 9.1, 9.2 on 6/7, continued straight, 9.9 on 6/7, increased to 10 and then 12.2 on that same date. On 6/8, it increased to 12.1, decreased to 8.6, increased to 14.5, 14.7, 16.8, and then 6/9 today. That price, cost to borrow according to iBorrowDesk, reported data, was up this morning to 20%. It fell as the market was crashing, and many people didn't need to short AMC since the price was already fucking going down, along with the greater SPY. It was down to 14.8%, increased to 15.25, and is now past 21.3 pretty damn quickly, and is now at 25%. And we still have an hour and 25 minutes left in the trading day. Today, 6/9/2022.
It's very slipping and we're not even in power hour.
Yup. Haven't even gotten to fucking power hour yet. And yes, I'm a Mo astronaut, and this is my helmet because we're going to the dark side of the moon. If you just got in, reverse repurchase program today is at an all-time high. Third time this week, all-time high. Third time this week, all-time high. Reverse repurchase program bailout, 0.8%, 0.80%, I should say. 2.14 trillion, 101 counterparties. That's only the second time we've ever had 101 counterparties, and the third time we've had an all-time high this week. We're going to be so motherfucking rich. Jay Douglas, I'm looking for your tweet, my friend. I cannot quite find it just yet. The SPY is at 407.62, making new lows. Making new lows right fucking now. Let's see if Bloomberg's got anything to say or report on this, because it's just, I want to see what the mainstream media is thinking or what they're blaming this little sell-off here. In my opinion, this is preparation for covering and closing short positions. They need liquidity. They need money with which to do it. Or they need to borrow, have assets, and pay money and have somewhere to get that money from in order to use the SFT, basically the pawn shop program. So one way or another, they got to fucking pay. They can keep losing money until the prime brokers and the DTC and FINRA say, all right, enough's enough. We've lost. You guys have losing too much. Margin is on the phone. Marge is a calling.
Being resolved before anything drastic in the meantime.
The contract.
I know what it is. It's retail's fault.
Whose fault, man? Whose fault? How's it our fault?
Retail's fault.
Did you put that money into pensions again? Did you use teachers' pension funds
No, I
again to
didn't.
short AMC? Damn it!
I put my money into the VIX.
Oh,
you know this.
You fucking degenerate. You fucking degenerate. Look at the, oh my God, the SPY is at 407.53, continuing to make new lows. The stochastic RSI is at fucking near zero. Near zero right now. And talk about selling pressure. Huge, huge negative selling pressure happening right now. The volatility index, though, even though the SPY is now down almost a full percentage point, the volatility index is moving pretty nicely, it seems, at 24.97, making new highs for the day. Affirm Holdings has now triggered the SSR rule and continues to go down. It is now down 10.5% for Affirm Holdings. 10.5% so far today. Beyond Meat is down 8.79. And then you've got, holy shit, what a sell-off. The VIX has hit 24.99. That VIX is getting harder. MMAT is down 9.65% today. The channel's just widened. Maybe not. Let me take a look. So did you guys see, did the cost to borrow average increase again? It's now 30% for AMC. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. The borrowed shares is up to 6.5 million. There are 6.5 million borrowed shares today. Now, as of most recent changes to Ortex data. That's an increase of 4.74 million. A little while ago, we saw this number and it was at 4 million. The cost to borrow max 48.18%, average 30.73%, and the minimum 6.5%. With a 1.6% estimated short interest increase. My little one wants to say hi. Yeah. IWM's now down an entire 1.5%. Come over here. Come say hi. You want to say hello?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello.
Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Say have a great day.
Hi.
Okay, you don't have to. This is why I'm here. You're why I'm not leaving. JP Morgan still down a percentage point. Here, come on. You can take her if you want. She's okay to stay here for a minute, though. It's fine.
Daddy,
Yes?
can I talk to Claire up there?
They're hearing you right now. You're talking to them right now.
Hi.
Hi.
Say, what are you doing?
Hi.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
How are you doing, Parker?
Say, I'm doing good.
Hey, Parker. How are you?
Say, what's up, Cash? Louder. I can't hear you. You getting shy? Okay. We're making new lows on the SPY, guys. 407. 407 and 27 cents. No, not all right then. Cool. Be gone if you'd like. Holy shit. 407, 18, 16, 15. Get out. Whoa. That was aggressive. That is incredible. The SPY is now down 1% for the first time today. No, don't let him out, please. Just give me 1 second. Let's see what happens here if the plunge team saves him. Leave the dogs in there, hon. Be right back. 1 second. Let me take her with her mom. The swear jar in my house is always full. Splash Beverage Group.
Where's the people not walking?
It's turned off.
I'm a kid.
Oh, sorry. Affirm Holdings down 10% at $20.90, making new lows. HSBC down 1.75%, making new lows. The VIX is making new highs at 25.11. The VXX is making new highs at 21.98. Susquehanna. Where the hell is Susquehanna? I'll be right back. Yeah, Wolfie, thanks, man. Yeah, she's a wild one. She's a wild one. Love her with all my heart. We're gonna have to redraw these like that. Actually, the bottom one still makes sense. It's just the top one that I had to redraw. Yeah, we were able to reach further back, and as a matter of fact, it would even stretch all the way back over here. We've got a descending channel here that's only really that's really quite thin at this point. The consolidation's strong on AMC, and it's not even power hour yet. Cool. 10-year yield curling, Tammy. Thank you for letting me know. We should take a look at the 2Y 10Y. See the 2-year over the 10-year. Let's take a look at the spread. Oh, that's all right. Well, for those of you that are unaware, when this gets to 0, it signals an inversion of the yield curve, which not 10 out of 10 times has signaled a recession. This is on the 1-day chart. We've been inverted multiple times, as you can see. We were inverted in May, inverted in April. And those were a couple dips. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 5th yield curve inversion this year. The last yield curve inversion happened August 27th, 2019. And on September 19th, 2019, the Federal Reserve had to create the reverse, had to step in and take over the RRP and fund it with our taxpayer dollars and printing out money to save the liquidity program, the overnight bailout for these banks. What happened soon after? They were forced into printing more money than has ever been printed in a short time frame, thus leading us into the current monetary policy nightmare that has been created by Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve, all in the name of liquidity. Cheers, motherfuckers. We're gonna be rich. So fucking rich.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Lauren says AMC had 429% quarterly revenue growth. I believe that to be year over year, if I recall. Tedros says Charlie's vids was talking about you. I think you should whoop his ass. I got money on boss. Let me put it this way, Tedros. I appreciate your support, but who the fuck is Charlie? A lion does not concern himself with the opinions of sheep. %37% of shares are on loan. Unreal. Hey, Iron Grappler, good looking out. Let's see, the VIX is having a continuous, still a nice little climb, hanging out at 25.08 now, 25.13. New highs today on the volatility index.
Ow, 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 my VIXes.
You know, it's a little turnaround. There's a little dead cat bounce going on in the SPY right now at 407.53. I wonder if the plunge team is trying their hardest right now. What you got, old Yeller? Janet Yellen, let's see it. Check out for my man Suburban Drone on Twitter. We're hearing of a housing market implosion globally, which would be the mother of all housing crashes. These are OECD real home prices from 1980, 90, 2008, during the small bank failures, the large bank failures, and now the global asset explosion, in which we are seeing a super asset bubble. Look at what happened to the share of the percentage share of wealth held by the 1%. In 1990, the 1% held 21% of all wealth. 9/11, both in 9/11 and the global financial collapse, they lost percentage of wealth, but that was up to at 1.28%. During the pandemic, that rose to 31% and then crashed immediately before. And since then, has continued to move upwards as quantitative easing led the way. And now the 1% hold 32.5%. 1/3 of all global wealth is held by 1% of people. 1% hold 33% of everything. An asset bubble burst is inevitable.
It's gonna go up a lot more after we're done.
That's true. The transfer of wealth is real. And it's on our doorstep. Our time is now. You're watching stock markets, bond markets, cryptocurrencies, real estate, mortgage-backed securities collapse around the world. Slowly, but surely. That's fucking comical. And one the picture that's not exaggerated. That's what Ken Griffin looked like before the apes. That's what he looks like now. I wonder what he's gonna look like when he's practically fucking broke. Javi says, go get yourself a beer. Thanks, brother. Appreciate the super chat. On my way. Cheers, Pam. Cheers, everybody. Stephen Russell says, after the mother of all short squeezes, the 1% will own over 50% because of us? Probably. David says, now tie that to the fact that they shut down our economy by using COVID-19 to justify printing trillions of dollars to allow them to kick their can down the road until they could usher in their central bank digital coin and the Great Reset. My man, This fucking guy gets it. Very good, David. Very good, my friend. 407 is gone? The fuck? LA King? What are you talking? Well, it's definitely having a go at it right there. New lows.
Reality is so disconnected from reality. She wants social equity, but not liquidity.
Social equity, not liquidity.
Yep.
That's a great way to put it. Let's see what Bloomberg's got to say right now, if anything.
Or for example,
We'll talk about
40702.
the two people everyone's focused on right now are Lopez Obrador and, of course, Bolsonaro of Brazil, who is...
They're talking about bullshit. But meanwhile, Bloomberg TV is discussing the U.S. hosting Summit of the Americas. The SPY is down a percentage point and struggling. That's hilarious, isn't it?
sometimes forget that Brazil is the biggest economy in Latin America. So he has his re-election bid. He wasn't going to come, but then President Biden sent a hand-delivered letter to invite him. And now they're going to have conversations this evening, a bilateral on perhaps more financial support to stop deforestation in the Amazon.
More
also,
financial
not
support?
to mention signing a pledge to support democracy. But yes, you said it. Mexican President Lopez Obrador has declined to come. That was a clear snub to President Biden. He wanted
Obrador
the
said,
leaders
"Fuck
of
Biden."
Cuba, Venezuela to come, and that was a no-go for President Biden, not surprisingly. So he has decided to skip that. And given that the centerpiece of the meeting is a new migration accord, and where do all of these irregular migratory flows come from? Mexico,
All right, that's
also
enough.
the three cent.
That's enough. We're not here to talk this bullshit right now or hear what they've got to say about that. I just wanted to hear what Obrador said about Biden, and apparently everybody from Arabian princes and Iranians, Chinese, Russians, all the way to Mexicans and their presidents are telling Biden to fuck off. Biden's got nowhere left to turn. Countdown.
I like that you put the 2-year yield on there because we've been talking about the belly and the long end of the curve. Carolina, 2-year yield's the highest since December of 2018. It has been a relentless climb higher, and we've sort of surpassed the previous peak that we had a few months ago before yields really started to climb, and we've sort of regained all of those.
Did you see the 2-year move in Germany?
Yes.
13, 14 basis points, if I'm going to round it up. And we're looking at, on the Italian 10-year, up 22 basis points. On the 2-year, up 22 basis points.
How does this not come back to really sort of bite Christine Lagarde? I mean, the needle she has to thread. If you thought the Fed's job was hard, how do you do this with all these various nations who are all at sort of different levels right now with regards to their financial conditions?
It's the ongoing issue of the ECB, isn't it? But do everything it takes is usually the words.
Are we? I think Draghi left the building.
Holy shit. That's fucking comical. Holy shit. 406.82. Whoa, 406.71. Damn, the SPY is getting fucking burnt to pieces. 406.59. 1.11% losses so far on the day. So much for that 408 support it was clinging to so desperately, huh? Well, now we're on the 1-minute candles. I was checking it out on the 5-minute. But yeah, it looks even worse. It looks a lot worse. Antoinette, I'm looking forward to the housing crash. The price of homes doesn't align with average Americans' yearly income. The middle class is about to vanish. I have to sadly agree with you 100%, Antoinette. SPY's making new lows to 406.47 just now. Quick Shot says, I shouldn't even say that out loud. That's a good one. That was a good one. AMC's holding up nicely. Talking of 9. Holy shit, Mullen just dropped, said somebody. Let me take a look. Yeah, Mullen's down now 7.5%. 7.5%. 406.58. Oh shit. 406.50 on the SPY. Yeah, AMC's doing really well. AMC's at $12.63. It looks great. The fact that the market's down this far and AMC's only down about 6-7%, it's still at $12.60. That's not a surprise. Same as GameStop, hanging out at 128. You might as well, if you put like a 0 at the end of AMC, it's practically the same as GameStop if you think about it, 120, 60, 128.44. They're practically trading in and out of the same levels, except with an extra digit on GameStop end. Netflix has extended its losses to 4%, and they're dropping right now. Snapchat extending losses as we speak, 6.25% down so far today for Snapchat as well. Tilray 6.25%, heavily shorted stock. Tilray. Peloton down 7.5% right now. The SPY has increased its losses to 406.16 for a 1.25% loss on the day. Joe Dierte says it was 389 in May. And let's put it this way. 389, not even a fraction of the way of where we're going, my friend. We got a lot further to go than that. Robinhood is in the shitter. Is anybody surprised? 3.82%, but they're at $8.05. The stock that was pumped to almost $80 a share right before Vlad Tenev sold the majority of his ownership of Robinhood. Quid pro quo, Clarice. Affirm Holdings extends its losses today to 10.5%. 10.5% losses on Affirm Holdings, the online payments company. Jesus. Let's check out the daily lineup and see what's popping over here. Any new information that we might have from world markets. $406.03. New lows on the SPY right now. Benzinga says, what to watch in GameStop stock after SEC chair signals an end to payment for order flow. GameStop was sliding over 6% lower on Thursday, the day after SEC Chair Gary Gensler discussed new rules around U.S. stock trading. The changes, which would be enacted to protect retail traders, could force the abolishment of payment for order flow and the ushering in of a more transparent broker requirements, such as a new auction process. PFOF hit the public psyche in January of 2021 when popular retail stocks such as GameStop and AMC skyrocketed and were subsequently burned down by brokerages such as Robinhood, which restricted trading on a number of securities. Although GameStop declined on Thursday, the stock hasn't lost the uptrend it's been trading since May 12th, when GameStop began to rally up off the $77.58 mark. In fact, the pullbacks are a healthy part of a bull cycle, although the stock will need to pop up over the 200-day SMA for the bear cycle to officially end. Blah, blah, blah. GameStop's most recent high was formed on Wednesday at 153 just a few days ago. It's funny that now the narrative is changing. Now Benzinga are posting articles like this when in the past it's been nothing but negative talk about AMC and GameStop. Could it be? Could it be? Zainab Saber, thank you as well for your support. We're holding together. Jacek, I care about the entire market and crypto and macroeconomics and geopolitics because the SPY is now down at 405.58. And these things that which we're talking about right now, such as unemployment, hyperinflation, even war in Ukraine, war in Taiwan, war in Iran and Israel, are what causes stock markets to crash. And that is the only chance that we have to see these guys actually get their comeuppance. They're not going to just close their short bets on a whim. It's not going to happen until they're forced to do so by the DTC and FINRA, because they're so far over leveraged and their asset values and their asset securities are losing so much worth during a market crash and an asset bubble deflationary period that they will be margin called on their margin positions. And they're bad short bets. Simple. All right, cool. We've discussed that about a million times on this fucking channel so far. Zainab Saber, thank you so much for your support. You were too kind. Too kind. We appreciate you here at the Think Tank. Splash Beverage, heavily shorted meme stock, seems to be the only thing to be hanging out in the green right now. Is Nutrien NTR stock also up 2%. What about Bros, bro? Dutch Brothers, still just up slightly, 1.25% right now. Let's get our market scanner and see what the top gainers are as far as the top movers. Because I am interested to see. Okay, PBTS remains strong. It's our star of the day. Power Bridge. We've been covering this one for the majority of the day. Is up 187% now. Looks very similar to AERC from the day before yesterday. Aero Clean Technologies, remember? 185, 190% move. PBTS is up 189% right now. From 37 cents this morning to $1.55 as a high, and currently sitting at $1.16. So at one point, this was up over 250% so far today. Tesla was up 5% today. 5%. It has lost all of its gains. All of them. It's flat. Wells Fargo. These crooks are down 3.5%. I'm more than happy to see that. I'll say that much. What else we got here? We got Lucid down 3.5%. Metamaterials, MMAT, down almost over 9.5% today. Just getting walloped with the SPY right now. MMAT, in my opinion, is a $50 stock. And we may see MMAT, not financial advice, in the future at $50 a share. Gregory Jones, thank you, brother. We appreciate you as well. Thank you for your support. Redbox, still down 2% today. But it seems to be, you know what, this channel is actually just moving upwards here. That's a bad line. I don't like it at all. Yeah, looking at Redbox on the 15-minute candles, it's in a slightly downward trend, and it's just kind of consolidating. The last several days, we've had 20, 24, 25% moves or more in Redbox. I wouldn't be surprised to see some continuation of that as a breakout somehow. If not tomorrow, on Monday. Same as AMC. It may continue to come down further tomorrow with the CPI readings and prints on inflation, or it could break out because, as you can see, look at the channel that it's forming. We started this at 8:30 this morning up here, and we're kind of just reaching across here, reaching straight down. But we could even use the top of these candles here if we prefer.
Don't want to disturb it, but 406 is totally gone now.
Oh, wow. Surprise, surprise, huh? Let's label AMC on today's. You know what? Today's been interesting. This has been a complete fucking market sell-off. Let's just call it a market sell-off. CPI incoming tomorrow. Incoming, right? Because we know that CPI is incoming tomorrow. And that's probably what a lot of this has to do with. So that's been the entire day. The story the entire day of the stock market is a sell-off in anticipation. Holy fuck, there goes the SPY. There's a sell-off in anticipation of the CPI print tomorrow. Oh, that's bad. That looks really terrible.
Oh, my face. My face. It's alive. It's alive.
Yeah, my VIX is wrecked.
Oh, shit. I hear Charles Payne in the background over there somewhere. I thought I heard Charles Payne.
No, I think that's my son listening to Tintin.
Oh, okay, cool. I remember that. Tintin was the shit. I used to watch that as a kid all the time.
Yeah, he's obsessed.
John P. says CPI is over expectations. That I already know. I wouldn't be surprised at all, my friend. There's a reason the White House is calling for a hot print. SPY is now down 1.5%. It's still super bearish. It's all negative volume, it looks like. It's not even very oversold yet. The RSI is like hanging around 20 right now. It looks like there's been an alleged plan to kill Justice Brett Kavanaugh, which puts a focus on bills to improve security. That was on Wednesday. It seems on Wednesday an armed man. Yeah, I read about this. An armed man was arrested outside Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home in Maryland, which has, speakers bringing up bills next week for expanding security protection to the immediate family members of Supreme Court justices. It looks like the Justice Department, the DOJ, has opened a civil rights investigation into the Louisiana State Police, citing reports of discrimination. Discriminatory practices including repeated use of excessive force after stops for minor traffic infractions. As of June 9th, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The probe disclosed on Thursday, known as a pattern or practice investigation, is aimed at determining whether state police engages in excessive force and racial discrimination against black residents or other people of color. I'll leave it at that. Biden hunts for small wins as Democratic frustration builds. I would say so. President Biden entered office pursuing change. Yeah, okay. And Build Back Biden has been shelved for now, thankfully. They've also shelved most of its components, including prescription drugs, climate change provisions, and tax changes. So those are going to be cut down to a fraction of the original plan size. And you know what I say? Bravo. Bravo. I'm extremely glad that this Build Back bullshit bill was not passed in its state, in the state that it was in. Our inflation is already out of control. And we do not need this bill to make things worse, because it's not going to make things better. The spy made an attempt at 405.50, and it seems to have been rejected quite easily. And for those of you wondering, like, other stocks are not moving right now. Nothing is moving. Take a look at your brokerage. They're almost all stuck. AMC's having very little volume. Affirm, everything. Apple, you name it. They have very little volume. Almost all the volume right now is happening directly on the SPY, on the ETFs themselves. The SPY is now down 1.44%. The SPX 1.47%. It's going to get a pump.
And Amy pumps when the SPY dumps.
AMC standing strong, yeah, 1268. You know, GameStop is holding on to 128. Pretty strong as well. They're making a run at the SPY right now. It's testing 405.40 again. The S&P 500 has broken into new lows for the session and is challenging an important zone in the 470 to 480 area. Look at that pump go. It's consistent with last week's lows, but a violation here on a closing basis sets up a potential retracement to 400, as there's not really much support down there. It's like around 398, and then they start to, no, it's lacking. The market's take on the May CPI report on Friday could end up being the change agent that drives the S&P 500 back toward its lows for the year, or gets it back onto an upward trending path. To this end, the response by the Treasury market could also sway things. The consumer discretionary sector lost early gains and now trades near session lows. Even home builders are down terribly right now. That's not a good indicator either. Look at that. 219, 319, we've got a big run on the SPY from 405.20 to 405.70 right now. And it's working on bringing itself back up. The NDX, though, the NDX is down 1.65, and the NDXT is down almost 2% for the tech NASDAQ index. Market movers PBTS is still up 182% without a problem. And everything else that's on this market mover list is OTC garbage. penny stocks, penny stocks, penny stocks worth a fraction of a penny. That's everything else that's positive gainers really in this high. We got AERC, Aero Clean Technologies, the heavily shorted stock from yesterday or from 2 days ago that was 190% up 190% 2 days ago. It is up 18% today. And then you've got Power Bridge Technologies, another meme stock, up 182% today. Everything else on the market is going to continue to lose value. With the exception of AMC and GameStop, they're going to maintain their current channels, it appears. As a matter of fact, AMC is going in for a retest of its upper limits. And getting rejected without a problem. Currently hanging out at 1269 though. It's still holding on. Costs. Haven't talked about this one much today. Down 3.8%. That's not bad considering the situation either. Goldman Sachs down 2.5%. I wish it was more. Well, what are you going to do there? Again, the majority of stocks, shit, almost everything. Everything that's not a meme stock is red. That's it. Even the meme stocks, except for the ones that are actively squeezing, like AERC and PBTS. And that, my friends, is what a 180% movement looks like. Get used to it. Sorry, everybody. My chat's catching up right now. It's just kind of scrolling really quickly. Fawn of the deer. Love your positivity. That's what it's all about. You know, if I was worried, I'd tell you guys. You know, and if you were worried, I know you'd tell me. Ape Cartel, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad that things are better with you, my friend. Tyrese says Biden might have a stroke. None of his promises have come to fruition, and they might lose both chambers. And he knows anything involving adding more money will add to more inflation. Some great points that you bring up, my friend. Elon's tweeting about movie theaters. Look at Elon's tweet. All right. All right, I'll check out Elon's tweet. Let's see what's going on over there. We'll keep our market scanner going here because PBTS is going to keep doing its thing. It seems. But yeah, I'll definitely pull up Elon's tweet real quick. Why not? Exchange reported short interest is up for AMC, of course. Elon Musk, look at that. Diet Coke is amazing, especially the soda fountain version at movie theaters with salt and butter popcorn. Ain't that nice? I love the way these bastards are so cryptic. You know what? Props to whoever made this. Props to whoever made this, because, yeah, Biden knows that a few people are going to get rich. He also knows that billions of people are going to become even poorer. That's what they're banking on. World Bank has slashed global growth forecasts from 4.1% earlier this year to 2.9% for 2022. Let's see what's going on here. My girl AMC is moving nowhere, absolutely nowhere, hanging out in our channel between 1270 and 1257 right now. And it's just going to keep bouncing. SPY is still down 1.5%. Retest. Oh, at new lows right now, 405.09. Retesting that support level of 405 again. It's actually only the second time it's getting there. It's only its second retest of that level. Take a look at the SPY. RSI sitting pretty cool at 20. Still has room to move in either direction. Making new lows on the S&P right now and the SPY. 404.98 on the SPY. Another new low. Whoa. Lower lows, lower highs. Not looking great for our greater markets. See the MACD. Zoom out.
And there's a new lower low.
Yep. I was
and
just,
another one.
It just keeps distracting me. Thanks, man. You're right. 404.75. I'm looking at the bottom of my charts. I keep seeing this number go down. I keep looking up at it. Like, holy shit. Let's see another negative 3.5% day, huh? Got 32 minutes left.
And a new lower low.
Yeah. Yep, actively dumping the SPY. 404.56. I wonder how my VIX calls are looking right about now, Martin.
Ooh, I don't dare watch the VIX.
The VIX is now at 25.90. Holy shit. You're going to need a doctor for that erection lasting over 4 hours.
Yeah, it's been going on for quite some time now.
$404.40. Let's zoom in to the 1 minute and see what's happening. Well, I'm just going to make an attempt to get back above 405. It's at 404.39 still. Yeah. Is Unusual Whales watching the channel? If you are, man, say what's up. I noticed a lot of very similar tweets from what I've been saying and from you've been tweeting, and no offense, but I wasn't looking at your Twitter. Except for that one tweet that somebody posted. It was pretty good. Unusual Whales always brings the heat. They always bring the fire. They don't hold anything back. And that's what I like about that guy. 404.25, the market continues to fucking melt down. $404.22. Let's see. So should we take some bets? Should we create some derivatives out of thin air like the banks here and take a bet on see where the market's going to end up today? Just like the Fed and these banks do. But yeah, let's create some derivatives. It's as simple as that. Make a bet. It has no value, but call it a derivative. And you know, hey, if we're like Goldman Sachs, we can over leverage to the tune of 133 to 1, right? Yeah, have $350 billion in assets and $48 trillion in total derivatives, notional value. Yeah. That sounds like everything's okay. Nothing's wrong here. The VIX is about to hit 26. It's edging 25.95 right now. So you guys remember earlier today when Google was still green? It's a down 1.5% now. Come on, old Yeller. When are you and your plunge team coming out to play? Are you going to save the stock market today? I don't know, but I ain't selling until they fire Janet Yellen. I ain't through till they liquidate 0.72. And until that price is ripping, I'll know there's still a lifeline for Gabe Foreskin and Kenneth Griffin. See what's going on at the think tank. You guys are really having a good time over there, huh? Hedgies are fucked. Make them feel the wrath of Toys R Us. Russell 2000 is now down 1.5%. 1.5%. Meanwhile, AMC is holding on strong to 1263. GameStop in the Russell 1000, GameStop's holding on strong to 127.50. It did recently make a newer low as well, though. Don't be surprised. Tomorrow we have a lot of options expiring in June 10th. I'm sure that market makers would want to keep as many as possible out of the money. ISPO making new lows right now. Goldman Sachs as well, down 2.8%. BlackBerry making new lows, down 5%. Snapchat as well, down 6.86. Sundial making new lows, down 4.6%. Triple Q, Invesco's Triple Q Trust is down 2%, making new lows of the day right now. SPX is doing the same. 4,045 right now with new lows at 4,043 created a moment ago. Peloton is down almost 8% right now. You know what's odd? Susquehanna is at 1875. Sitting quite strong. Yeah, PBTS still up 180%. Taking a look at the SPY. Same thing. Continue to retest new for further lows. Looking for a level of support at 404. And this, my friends, is why I'm holding until Melvin and Citadel are folding. Until that price is ripping, I'll know there's still a lifeline for Plotkin and Griffin. I ain't selling till they fire Janet Yellen. I ain't through till they liquidate .72. And I'll be staying long till they admit they're wrong, and I'll keep on going till they jail Steve Cohen. I'm holding until Citadel's folding. And when I'm rewarded for having waited, I'll use my tendies to make Chicago sophisticated. And again, just like we said, AMC is still holding on strong. GameStop as well. To the same channels it's been in all day. All day. Apparently this is going to be it for today. For now. We don't know what the fuck's going to happen. Don't get me wrong. Keep it coming, Kenny G. I got money stashed away. Stashed away just for opportunities like this, my friend. GameStop's looking awfully similar. 128.50. Bounced off the low of 127.34. Looks like the SPY is trying to do the same thing. Bounce off the low of 404. As Triple Q, short Triple Q is up 6% right now. And the VIX is just shy of 26. It did make a new high today of $26.10 on the VIX. And after UBS upgraded Tesla today, which it was up 5%, Tesla lost all its fucking gains, is now down negative half a percentage point. Alibaba even pumps and dumps after China denied Bloomberg's report of an IPO revival. Let's take a look and see how that went. Well, it was a pretty nice pump from 104 3 days ago to 121 yesterday to 109 today at its current place in time for Alibaba, stock ticker BABA. Meanwhile, Redbox, which is triggered by the SSR uptick rule, cannot be shorted. Well, we know that it can in the name of liquidity, but should not be shorted on the downtick. It's still down 3%. Not receiving a whole lot of protection there, obviously. SPY extends its losses. New lows for the day. Again, consistently down. This is the realities of these institutions coming to the understanding that the European Central Bank and the Federal Reserve are going to hike rates, and they're going to stop easing to the extent that they've been, supposedly. JH says, I got another hour and a half of work. Love the stream. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks for being here with us. Need for Speed says, tell Margin to call these jerks. Ross, what do I see happening tomorrow? Will markets keep selling off? Well, my friend, there's two different ways we can go. The CPI print meets expectations, and even though it'll be complete dog shit, as long as it is not worse than the expectations, we'll see a green day on the market most likely. If it really is as bad or worse than is expected, if it's worse than expected, then we should probably see a continuation of this sell-off tomorrow. Sundial is currently making new lows at 34 cents. Tilray is making new lows, both extremely heavily shorted stocks. As a matter of fact, both of them in the cannabis industry. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not cutting back on my weed. Cheers, motherfuckers.
Cheers.
Yeah, Elon Musk is throwing bullish signals. He told us mere minutes ago that he enjoys his Diet Coke at the movie theaters with salty popcorn and butter. Well, salted, buttered popcorn.
I've seen some people talk about it being a stretch. I really don't think it's that much of a stretch if you've seen all of his all of his tweets.
Elon is an extremely smart individual. I've been tagging Elon for a year. If you're going to think that Elon does not know what's going on with AMC and GameStop, you're absolutely fucking crazy, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Phileas has some fairly similar levels to me here. It looks like 390, 396 and change. Yeah, I'm looking at about the same. The 400s, 398 support, 396 support, and then from there under 392, there's not going to be a whole lot of support levels. It's kind of like watching them like get dragged off the edge of a cliff, and gravity's just slowly pulling them off the edge as the gravel slips away underneath their fingertips. Look at Valanche. This is the multiple days in a row in which we're overlaying basically the daily chart here of this S&P. This green and red is what's happening right now, and these gray lines behind it, the gray line that is almost exactly tracking what's happening right now, is 2008. And as a matter of fact, it gets cut off by my screen. Let me scoot that over there for you so you can see what's happening. We are here. S&P in gray did exactly what's happening right fucking now. As you can see, gray lines, gray lines, gray lines here. It had a bit of a pump, and then it just slipped away. And all of a sudden, one day, the final level of capitulation and a massive consistent downtrend for several days here into July. further hopes and grasps. And we all know that the S&P went a lot lower than 340 and 330. This chart, as a matter of fact, in order for us to be able to read it, is not even showing the bottom of the 2008 crash. It's just tracking right along with exactly what we're doing right now, because it's all computer and algorithm trading. Thanks for sharing, my brother. Always like seeing your posts, Valanche. Man, you guys have been having a great time. Holy shit, the SPY's still going. Negative. It's at
404 not found anymore.
404 not found. That's good. Yeah. 403.06 on the S&P right now. Getting absolutely hammered. The Russell 2000 getting fucking beat into the dirt at 1855. But wait a minute. How could the Russell be going down, but AMC's still hanging out at 1262? GameStop. The Russell 1000's continue to go down, but GameStop's actually gone up and is now at 129.24. Curious, huh? Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. The NDXT extended its losses and is still making new lows at 69.66. 2.18% down right now. The SPY extending its losses as I speak, making new lows by the second to 402.97. Need for Speed said, can't wait to see these hedges begging for money like Randolph and Mortimer Duke. That's fucking great. There's hazards, all right. Sergio thinks the SPY is going under 400 today. I'm not sure, my friend. That's quite a long way from here. But crazier things have happened. Many times. That's for sure. SPY 402 says, Iron Grappler, SPY 402, we're going to be so fucking rich. Brad Hansen, looks like I'm buying some discount sundial. No shit, man. If you're buying sundial right now, it is going nearly for free at 34 cents. Exceptional opportunities happening here. Tilray making new lows as well. Down 6.4%. Now people are wondering, why is this exciting? If you don't know, now you'll know. Let me get that out for you and I'll show you why this is exciting to me. Before any nice subsequent parabolic movement, there's always a preceding downward trend that is quite steep. And when they happen, oftentimes, we see stocks like, oh, there's Tilray right there, go up 1,083%. Then you have other stocks like Sundial that went up on February 10th, just after AMC and GameStop, 1,671% to $2.95. But what happened before it did that? It went down. What about Zyomedica? It ran 3,000%. What happened before it ran on February 9th? It went down. Fuel Cell Energy? Well, it went down a ton and it just kept going up. Ideanomics went down significantly before it shot up on the 9th of February. Skills, same thing. Castor Maritime, lots of dips before a real rip of 1,340% on February 11th. Orogenics, same thing, February 9th. Acasti Pharma, February 10th, up 500%. Aurora Cannabis, up 385% on February 10th. CPS Technologies had a 1,419% movement. And even still, it ran up, had a few days of downward trends, and then ran up harder again. Had a little bit more downward trend, and then ran up again. Gevo, 1,388% on February 10th. Orbital Energy, 1,250% on February 16th. Ocean Power Tech, 200% on February 9th. Clovis, 100% on February 8th. This is on the one-year chart, guys. So you're talking about small movements, or should I say large movements, caused over just a mere matter of a couple weeks that brought these stocks at the beginning of 2021 from near nothing up thousands of percentages by February 10th and 16th and et cetera, January 28th, et cetera, for AMC and GameStop. Because AMC and GameStop usually run first. Not over every stock, but over many. Top Ships up 256% on the 12th. Guardian, 500% on the 11th. Global Star, 674% on February 10th. Therapeutics MD, 88% on the 9th. Zio Pharma, 151 on the 9th. Oncova Therapeutics, 528% on February 19th. And, you know, as you can see, it was running up all through those days, even on February 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. But on the 19th was the peak. Take a look at Naked Brand. Formerly stock ticker NAKD, is now known as CENN, Centro. CENN is the new stock ticker for Naked. They were up 1,845% on February 11th. And that wasn't even their highest movement. It looks like they were up a little bit higher around the same time as AMC and GameStop, like around the January 28th, 20 and 29th, etc. But yeah, Zyomedica on the 9th, Sundial on the 10th. Like, this is not accidental stuff, people. Fuel Cell Energy, 1,200% on February 9th. Ideanomics, 500% on the 9th. Okay? It's as simple as that. Castor Maritime, 1,341% gains on February 11th. Oragenics, Acosti Pharma, Synthetics Biologics, Guardian Health Services, etc. Advaxis, all between the 9th and the 16th, pretty much, of February. Sensionics, 1,300% short squeeze through February 16th. What caused this? Executive Order 13959, implemented by Donald Trump on November 20th. It was extended by an executive order named 13959 as amended on January 13th. That still was not enough to stop what happened through January 28th. They were extended through May 27th. On May 27th, AMC started to move as well as GameStop, and on June 2nd, they both hit AMC hit its all-time high of around $78. On June 3rd, a new executive order was implemented extending this executive order for a period of 365 days, thus giving back this Chinese military-industrial complex collateral to hedge funds and market makers and prime brokers. Thus, this June 3rd, 2022, it is now in effect again. And I suspect after a few more days, we're going to continue to see higher increases in costs to borrow on stocks like AMC, GameStop, Biora Therapeutics, etc., etc. Redbox, Mullen, they're up between 50% to 300% max cost to borrow just today alone on those stocks. That being said, fantastic, phenomenal buying opportunities on many, many meme stocks. I'm not a financial advisor. The SPY continues to make new lows at 402.34. There are 5 minutes left in the trading session. Expect a pump.
And that is 2% and a bit.
Yeah, it's over 2% already. Yeah, you're right. The SPY has lost more than 2% today so far. Meanwhile, AMC, as a matter of fact, the SPY continues to go down, but AMC's going up. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. GameStop is also going up towards 129.56 right now. The SPY has extended its losses to 402.21, is now down 2.18%. this seems like after hours and tomorrow, pre-market, are potentially something to keep an eye on. Don't sleep on it. Don't forget to check on your favorite stocks in the after hours and the pre-market, including crypto overnight. With this that we're seeing right now, let's take a look at Bitcoin. If it's not in the shitter right now, I suspect by 10 p.m. it will be. Bitcoin is down. It's actually completely flat today. It had some very nice gains earlier. Bitcoin was all the way up to 30,400 just 3 hours ago, and is currently at 30,100. As a matter of fact, just yesterday, crypto was at 30,666. Bitcoin, 30,666, and is currently at 30,088, almost completely flat, almost at 30 grand, on point. Down 2.25% now to 401.85. Continually making new lows on the SPY. AMC, however, was down at 12.57 and has recovered a lot of those losses and is now hanging out at 12.73. There could potentially be, I don't even want to say that yet because I don't want to get your hopes up. This could be very positive indicator of what we might see in after hours and pre-market, or tomorrow, if not Monday. It is dependent on many factors, and I can't say which way I think it's going to go just yet. HSBC increasing their losses. Express now down 9.7%, making new lows. So Express is making new lows. HSBC is making new lows. Canagistics, Bed Bath & Beyond, Atarian Inc., ARK are making new lows at this moment. The IWM, the HSBC, the OCGN, Sundial, Tilray, the SPY, Wells Fargo making new lows right fucking now. But you know what's not making new lows? AMC and GameStop. They're not making new lows. 129.10 for GameStop. Standing strong. 12.74 for AMC, 12.73, and holding on quite strong as well. What chart does not look like that? Let's take a look at the NDX. There's no recovery on the NDXT or the NDX. What about the SPY? The SPY is now down 2.33% with 2 days left, 2 minutes left to trade. There's no recovery on the SPY. What about the VIX? AMC is looking an awful lot like the VIX.
VIX is up 9.52%.
And I don't mean as looking like the VIX for the entire day, but as of right now, for like the last half hour, it's looking very similar to the VIX, if that makes sense. It's the beta is what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
AMC's going to 12.79, 12.80. Why is AMC going up while the rest of the market's going down, guys? Does that make any fucking sense? I think you know. I think we all know. We got just a few seconds left in the trading day. The SPY is now down 2.35%, and AMC is going up. AMC is still down for the day, but now it's got new high of $12.80.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's not a high for the day, but it's a new high that we haven't seen since the beginning of the day, since AMC gapped down in the morning. Pre-market, I should have said. Thank you, Martin. That's the bell. Ding, ding. The SPY is down 2.35. It made a low of 401.44. Today has been an extremely interesting yet somehow somewhat boring kind of day. Because, well, when your favorite stock isn't shooting to the fucking moon every day, yeah, it's a little bit of a disappointment, right? But that's not the way things work. So to watch liquidity, like literally these banks, these short hedge funds are turning their pockets inside out. They're begging for money from the RRP, from the Federal Reserve. They're begging for money via the SFT pawn shop regulation that began on June 6th, that was just implemented. They're going to be breaking their little fucking cryptocurrency piggy banks overnight tonight. Take a look at the crypto around 11 p.m. Eastern, midnight tonight, if you're still awake, and see what's happening. I have a feeling I already know what the fuck's going to happen.
It was a great day.
Yeah, when Bank of America and Wells Fargo and IWM are still being drained in the after hours, like right fucking now, I'd say it's a great fucking day. Bank of America's making new lows in the after hours. BlackBerry, Bed Bath & Beyond making new lows in the after hours. Citigroup as well. The banks are getting crushed. Equities are getting crushed. Liquidity is getting destroyed. Fucking burnt to a crisp. Demolished. Just burnt into ashes. It was all fake paper anyway. All right. My computer's running low on storage space. Apparently, I've got a few too many videos saved because they're all automatically saved. And look at that. Wait a minute. What did we just say about crypto? We're on the 5-minute candle, people. The money has to come from somewhere. Motherfuckers, what did I fucking tell you? I'm not Nostradamus. I'm not a financial advisor. But when there's liquidity problems, you gotta get the fucking money from somewhere. Look at that massive movement here from 30,100 to 29,961 in about 4 minutes. Attempting a recovery, but guess what? The RSI, the stochastic RSI, are still at 48. They can easily move down further. The Vortex indicator's not showing much interest in going bullish. The MACD is, well, it's not looking good either. But it definitely took a downward trend really quickly. It crossed over to the downside really fast. Ooh. And it's getting pumped up right now to 30,042. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. There we go. Injection of funds. Right back up to the same levels. I wonder why they needed that money at the moment the market was closing. Was it to prevent the SPY from further dropping? Was it to meet margin calls? Was it to buy up other assets? That I can't say. But I do know that when liquidity is being ripped out of their hands, they have to go somewhere to get the money. Plain and simple. Plain and fucking simple. AMC still hanging out strong in the after hours at $12.77. It's not getting sold off with the rest of the fucking market. Let's take one more look. For those of you that just got here, in case you didn't know, AMC's cost to borrow maximum doubled every single day, trading day, from June 3rd till yesterday. Today, it is up about 5% from yesterday for the maximum cost to borrow to 48%. The average cost to borrow is also up about 5% to almost 30% on AMC. The minimum cost to borrow is down slightly to 6.5%, but the short interest change has increased by 1.8%. Short interest increase estimated according to Ortex data. However, the coup de grace, returned shares today, 2 million shares of AMC were returned. How many were borrowed? 7,300,000 shares. That's an increase of 5,260,000 shares more than they returned today. We're going to be so motherfucking rich. Have a great day, everybody. I wish you peace and wealth.
Peace and wealth, everybody.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
And you fucking know it. Ken Griffin, I want my fucking money. Oh yeah. Thanks everybody for being here with us. We appreciate your support. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everybody out there on YouTube, Discord, Twitter, Reddit, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, you name it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Peace. Damn, we're gonna be so motherfucking rich. Goddamn rich.
I think it's time to blow this thing. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Getting fucking rich. I want my fucking money. Griffin, I want my fucking money. Yo, motherfucker. This is fucking phenomenal. Great. Damn it, we're gonna be so fucking rich. I want my fucking money.
You're an original,
hey,
aren't you?
Yellen, cowboy, give me the fucking money. Get the goddamn money printer out. Get the goddamn money printer out.